Good morning, everybody. It's time to start, and this particular session dedicated to the emergencies, all range of emergencies, including armed conflicts, malicious acts, and even some nuclear stuff. Today we have 4 speakers, and I'm pleased to introduce our reporter, Dr. Ali Al-Ramadi, and I am Volodymyr Berkovsky, member of Committee 2, chair of the ICRP Task Group 112 on emergency dosimetry. I also contribute to ICRP Task Group 120. And my co-chair.
Hello, good morning. I'm Hyungjun Yu, and I work at Korea Institute of Nuclear Safety, and I'm a co-chair of this session today.
All right, good morning. My name is Ali Ramesi. I'm not yet a doctor, but hopefully in the near future I can reach to that. I'll be presenting the posters and video contribution that I received for session 19. In total, we've received 10 contributions. These were 1 video and 9 posters, divided across 3 themes: medical preparedness and monitoring. The highest was in medical 6 abstract, and then the other 2 each. And we also have a fairly, I'm sorry, I'm reading from here, I forgot to. All right, so as I was saying, thank you, Hussein. So we have 3 themes, as I said earlier, medical preparedness and monitoring, 6 for medical, and then 2 each for preparedness and monitoring. We have a fairly balanced distribution between the 3 continents, Asia, Europe, and North America. Now, moving to the first theme, which has the highest number of abstract, medical countermeasure, we have ID 29, where the authors reviews the evolution of the actinide chelators, starting from the early products until the latest HOPO agents that has improved selectivity and lower toxicity. And then in ID 121, we have a comparison between 4 cytokines, noting the differences in stability, experience, and frequency of administration. And we have ID 2070, where they experimented on human skin model to produce a metformin cream that reduces the fibrosis and the cell death. And you can see that in those images on the top for the skin reaction. Continuing with medical countermeasures, we have ID 6, ID 9, where the combination of oral radioprotectors and radiomitigators have achieved 90% 1-year survival in mice after a lethal exposure. In ID 60, they use Monte Carlo simulation. Sorry. They use Monte Carlo simulation to reduce severe artifacts from highly active fragments. In ID 191, they produce a novel compounds that showed strong radioprotection and low toxicity for piperazine derivatives. Now moving to the second theme, preparedness and recovery. We have ID 155, where the nuclear reactor operator ran a 24/7 emergency rooms that was integrated into the national network. Then we have ID 204, where the data presented here is from Fukushima in Japan from 2011. Starting from 2011, they've done around 347,000 whole body exam. Only 26 cases of those were above 1 millisievert, and that's committed effective dose. Moving to the third and last theme, monitoring and detection. We have ID 14, where they developed a system for xenon monitoring, and they were able to achieve MDC of 0.14. Lastly, in ID 106, for the food monitoring in Japan from last year, they've analyzed around 45,000 samples, only 0.42%, that's equal to 200 almost. They were above limits. 98% of those were actually from wild foods. So wild meat, wild fruit, and wild mushrooms. And with that, I finish my super quick summary of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker, Dr. Chunzen Lee, he is a senior scientist in Canadian Radiation Protection Bureau, Health Canada, where he is working more than 20 years, and his primary focusing on radiation monitoring, assessments, medical management of casualties. And Dr. Lee is a member of ICRP Committee 4, and he is also a member of the Task Group 120 on radiological protection for radiological emergencies and malicious events. Please, Dr. Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chunzen Lee from Health Canada. Today, on behalf of Task Group 120 and the Chair, Dr. This speech, I'm going to give you an update on where we are with this task group and what we are doing now. Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay, good. Well, first I will give an overview of the recommendations, ICRP previous recommendations, and then we'll just give you update on the task group work we are doing now. Publication 96, ICRP publication 96 was the #1, the first publications on radiological attack that was promoted by the terrorist attack happened in US 2001, and that report focused on RDDs, radiological dispersal device. At that time, we thought an event with improvised nuclear device was not likely, so the report focused on RDD only. But the publication 96 was based on the ICRP general recommendation from publication 60. So the recommendations given there and the criteria we used in publication 96 are outdated, so need update. Another relevant publication from ICRP is publication number 146, which is the more recent, promoted about learning from Fukushima accident, and focused on the large accident happening at the nuclear power plants. This publication was based on the most recent general recommendations from publication 103 encompassing explorer situations, those criteria for optimization protection, and the stakeholder engagement. But this publication has very focused on the large accident at nuclear power plant, so leaving a gap for us to address, which are on the smaller radiation events and malicious events. That's why Task Group 120 was established. So in Task Group 120, we are going to critically reveal the gaps and the outdated information from publication 196. And this includes nuclear detonation, something very large. We're going to broaden the scope from publication 146, so that's including a number of other relatively smaller radiation accidents. We're going to address this and the impact of armed conflict, something new here now. Yeah. So we're going to provide, by the end, we hope to provide a consolidated, comprehensive guidance on the protection of people and the environment according to the explorer situations and using appropriate dose criteria. That's for Task Group 120 today. So this is a task group, including the chair, Vlad, and I guess a couple other TG members here in the audience. I want to share with you, within the group, there are 2 mentees. We are very happy to have them because they are working on communications, while the rest of us are working on technical areas rather than communication. Task Group 120 addresses a wide scope of exchange and events. And we have including some malicious events. It is very challenging for us to give generic advice. We recognize that the need for some specific advice sometimes. This is one of the most important challenge. To further understand what exactly we need to cover in the TG report, we designed more than a dozen case studies based on what happened in the past and include some hypothetical events. These studies, using a template, a standard template, helped us collect all the information we need and give us much better understanding what we really need to do. Okay, here, okay. Yeah, okay, this one, thank you. Thank you. So the TG report will have 5 major sections. By now, we have completed number 2 and 3, and we are working on 4 and 5. This slide shows the number 2 content, and on the left side, you will see the breakdown of the work. I want to share with you that the overview of this part has been published recently in Disaster Medicine and Public Health Preparedness. For section 3, we have a list here, including some areas which you feel very familiar, including urgent protective actions, responder protection, triage, decontamination, medical management, environmental monitoring, radiological assessment. But due to the time constraints, I will focus on the 4 in bracket, in red bracket. After an emergency, very important things, we need to take action quickly. Unless, unlike a nuclear power plant event where we have some time, some warning time, but for the event covered within this task group, we possibly have little time for warning. And also we possibly don't have any plan for that. How to act quickly. This is the one challenge for us. So we thought, some predetermined condom distance or something like dose-rate trigger that might help us in make a quick decision. Something can provide simple decision point. And we are working on that one. And we're thinking to provide some numerical values for these triggers. And we need your feedback on this part because we have not decided on that yet. The second part, as we learned from previous radiation emergencies, like Fukushima, Guyana, many years ago, and also learned from the most recent COVID accident, we know that psychological impact is very important for us to address. People will undergo a serious fears, anxiety, uncertainties, and in this report, we are going to cover that. We're going to give advice on the actions for authorities to take, that including helping to locate loved ones, facilitating communication with community, reference to authoritative source of information, and providing access to mental health support. So this will be one section relatively new to the previous emergency-related report. Another important part is communication. I know that we are going to have another dedicated presentation this morning on communication, so I'm not going to talk much on this. Also, communication is really not my area of work. But I want to share with you, in this report, as I mentioned, we have two mentees. They are going to do a detailed work on this one. They're going to provide scenario-related, skill-related message focused on the communication requirement. Based on time, they're going to provide advice on how to use social media on this. I don't have much details with me now, but they are working on that. As I said, communication, we have another talk on this. Sustainability. We know in the early phase of response, saving life and bringing the situation back to normal will be first priority. But we need to understand and make sure that our actions will not compromise the environment. And our response actions will need to address a number of areas related to sustainability, including environmental impact, economy, and societal stability. We learned a lot actually from Fukushima for the last part. After Fukushima, during the late phase and the recovery phase, and people in Japan did a very good job on this part. I think we learned this. Even at the early phase response, we need to think about using the local knowledge and engage local community. This is another topic. I said we are drafting the report. We hope by next June, the report will be ready for review by the special leading organizations like IEA, WTO, and then for public consultation later in 2026. And if everything goes well, 2027, we hope the report will be published. This is the last slide I want to bring to your attention. In 2022, triggered by the war in Ukraine, the main commission asked this group to develop advice for the protection of the public in case of nuclear detonation. We prepared the web page. You can check on the main page of ICRP website. And the web page has been translated into 15 languages, I believe. You can go there and pick the language you like and go through this material if you have interest in this part. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chosen. We have some time for questions, so please raise your hand. Yes, please, Terry.
Thierry Schneider from Committee 4. Thank you for your presentation. I know the work, but I have one question with regard to the application of sustainability. Notably, you highlighted to minimize waste, which could be a good objective, but then taking into account some other factors, and how you deal with analyzing sustainability while in fact you are mainly in early phase. So which type of recommendation you may have in this perspective?
Yes. Well, there are a number of things related to the environmental part. Avoiding splitting the contaminated material is one thing. For example, if you have RDD events, it's happening in a small area, how to control that is one thing. Manage waste, give you example. When the polonium-210 cases happened in UK in the winter of 2006, I think November 2006, and after that, the waste, they generate a lot of waste. That's one thing. When you respond to that type of event, you need to make sure your response actions you should try the best to avoid that. And another thing we think to use is using degradable material for surface decontamination, for example. Now, if you have a larger surface contaminated, if you use the traditional classical decontamination agent, you will generate waste which will last for long. And we think use more environmentally friendly decontaminate to do that. There are a number of things, not my area, but we're doing that, thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it is really very important to have such recommendations, how to react. However, who is your addressee? It's institutes, it's the authorities, public potentially. How can you imagine to ensure that the necessary fundings are available? As we have learned in the past from different accident scenarios, including coronavirus outbreak, governments are slow, and then there was not the necessary funding available to keep a minimum emergency preparedness alive. I look at Germany, my home country, where actually an accident, a radiation accident would be a disaster in the moment, because institutions haven't not received funding to keep the minimum equipment. So as good as it is to have such recommendations, how sure can you be that this will be implemented and will be followed by the different governments worldwide?
Well, very, very good question and very hard to answer. Okay, yes. Well, for us, we developed the recommendations. First part of the question is mainly to be used by the government response agencies for sure, and we also try to make it understandable to the public. If they read this document, they should understand this one as well, right? As to how fast the response agencies, the government, can provide the response and how well they're prepared. This is another question, but very important. Yeah, different countries have different preparedness. It's easily understandable. But in this document, I think from what you said, you would suggest we make some suggestion on the government and agencies to better prepare and to make sure they can implement this recommendation in a quick manner, right? Keep this in mind. Yeah.
Sorry, we will have the common discussion round table after this each presentation. So please keep your questions, proposal, and subject for discussion for the end of the session. And now we will continue with next speakers. Sorry.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Terry Schneider. Dr. Terry Schneider is the director of the French Nuclear Protection Evaluation Center. Dr. Schneider serves as the chair of ICRP Committee 4 and also the chair of the NEA Committee on Radiological Protection and Public Health. He has been involved in post-accident management within national and international projects since 1990. Yeah, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. So, in fact, as you can see on this slide, I will present this topic on behalf of my colleague from the Safety Authority in France, Jean-Marc Berthaud, who was not able to attend the meeting and asked me to make the presentation. In fact, this presentation is dedicated to preparedness on post-accident situation in France, and this has been launched 20 years ago, and as I was involved since the beginning in this activity, I will try to do my best to present what Jean-Marc Berthaud had submitted to the symposium. So the topic for this preparedness is focused on how to involve a citizen in preparedness for post-accident situation. First of all, what is CODIRPA? Some of you know that, but just in few words, this is a steering committee for the management of post-accident situation. It was created, as I told you, in 2005. That means 20 years, close to 20 years after the Chernobyl accident, and maybe you have in mind that after the Chernobyl accident, the situation with regard to managing long-term issue or after the early phase was not so well addressed, and then progressively different countries start to think about that, and in France we created in 2005 this CODIRPA with the aim of proposing to the French government recommendation for the management of nuclear or radiological post-accident period. One of the key points, and it's why it's mentioned steering committee, on the contrary to the early phase, the post-accident management require different decision levels, different ministries to be involved, and one of the key points is the coordination of the ministry level, the coordination of the authorities, the coordination of the different level, including elected people, including the local, national, and even international level. So that was in this spirit that this CODIRPA was created. As soon as the beginning, it was proposed to set up a committee with pluralistic nature in order to address the specific objective. The objective of this pluralistic composition was to elaborate a widely accepted recommendation through the co-expertise process, having in mind that the authority alone were not able to really cope or to catch all the complexity of the situation. So it was really for this reason that it was set up in this perspective, and Jean-Marc Berthaud mentioned that it was based on the experience of the North Cotentin Radioecological Group. This group was chaired by a former chair of Committee 4, ICRP Committee 4, Anis Sugier, who in the mid-90s was in the perspective of discussing what does it mean, how to address the excess of, the occurrence, not excess, the occurrence of leukemia among children around the reprocessing plant of La Hague in France. There was the same debate in the UK with Sellafield, but that was a conflicting issue for different, for the scientists, for the authority, for the local people, and that was the way the co-expertise process was set up. And the aim of the presentation today is to examine the evolution of citizen participation in this work of CODIRPA, and then for that the public available document and meeting minutes were analyzed. So some few definitions, you may be aware of that, what we mean by stakeholders, and then it was quoted that a stakeholder is any actors whose interest would be directly affected by a specific situation. In case of CODIRPA, who composed the CODIRPA, there was a main group of stakeholders with Nuclear Safety Authority, representative of expert institute, representative of operators, representative of neighboring countries, representative of civil society, and also representative of different ministries such as agriculture, health, labor, and so on. The civil society, and that was a key point to embark them progressively, was member of NGO, from environmental NGO, consumer NGO, some local or national NGO, some member of, in France we have what we call the CLI, which is a local liaison committee around nuclear installation, and there is a network of around 40 local liaison committee in France, and then these people composed of elected people, NGO, experts from the local situation. They were largely involved in the work together with their national federation, which is ANCLI. The participation to the plenary session, you can see this process from the last 20 years. The first mandate was in 2005, and at the beginning, the number of participants was limited because there was a need to learn about the topic and to progressively involve the people, and to start with some very scientific and technical topic, to move to some element which were much more focused on the local issue. The first peak of participation was at the end of 2009, 2010, and then the second peak were in 2015. In fact, it occurs that just at the time of the Fukushima accident, the first report, the first framework for the strategy of post-accident management was close to be issued, and then it was progressively postponed to cope partly with the situation of Fukushima, and then a second mandate was started in 2012 in order to enlarge the topic, and notably to draw the lessons from Fukushima, where again the long-term issue and the citizen participation was clearly at stake. So who was involved in the participation? So here you have a graphic highlighting the presence of NGOs, the presence of operators, and the presence of foreign representatives. In fact, according to the location of some nuclear installation in France, some foreign countries at the border express significant interest, notably from Switzerland, from Luxembourg or Belgium, among others. Then the key point is that, depending on the topic, because there was a standing committee for the plenary session, but then there was also the creation of a large number of working groups, and depending on the topic, if the topic was to address the life in the territory around the nuclear installation after nuclear accident, citizens were ready to participate. When it's deal with modeling of marine environment, that was much more complex. So it was in this perspective that the participation was different according to the topic. During the first period, you see the participation in the different working groups, so I will not go in detail of this working group, but some of them were focused on early not early response, but the transition from early to long-term situation. And then there was some question on compensation, how to find the devices for measuring food and so on, to restart the activity or to organize the life during evacuation. So depending on the topic, the stakeholders were partly involved, and progressively what was quite important is that during this process it was also a learning process and capacity, some element providing the citizen some skill in order to understand what is at stake. And notably at the beginning, when we started the discussion with local stakeholders, and we use our radiation protection language, it was not at all manageable, and we had to move progressively to some development of culture for these stakeholders. So first step, as I just told you, the first step allowed to develop skill for the stakeholders, and then this allows the emergence of what we call some experts from civil society in the spirit of citizen science. Progressively, the objective was not that the civil society participant became expert and can challenge the other expert, but just to have sufficient culture, radiological protection culture, in order to participate to the debate and to identify the key questions which were at stake for addressing post-accident situation and to cope with the local situation and the daily life. So the next step was to have a leadership of some working group directly by civil society stakeholders, and then you have here that was mainly after the Fukushima accident. One of the working group was dedicated to address the management of the situation at the local level, how to cope with the stakeholder participation, with the role of mayors, the role of economic actors, and so on. But then there was the development of a guide dedicated to the population living in contaminated territories, identifying a series of key question for the people: what to do with the vegetable, what to do with the contamination around the houses, and so on. Another key aspect was the development of a working group for health professionals. We realized that the health professionals, notably the medical doctors, were completely unaware of the situation of radiological protection issue. And it was a huge effort to identify the questions that the health professional around the nuclear installation may have for themselves in terms of knowledge, or to respond to the question of local citizens. And the way it was done, it was the identification with a panel of local health professionals to have a long list of questions, and then a group of experts to start to respond to these questions. And then the key point, it was mentioned as naive. I'm not sure this is a good wording, but the question is to have some participation and some involvement of people who are not experts of the situation and who need some response in terms of plain language and some practical aspect. So then you can see here the way it has been developed with a health professional, and it led to a quite interesting guide with Q&A and with some concrete examples, some elements which were understandable both by the local health professional, but also which the response were checked by experts in order to be sure that you will not deliver something which was wrong.
Then this method was expanded to other type of situation, notably with consumer and also with business activity around nuclear installation in order to get some final recommendation. So I see that the time is running, so I'm going to the conclusion. In fact, to conclude, at the preparedness stage, there is a high interest to include civil society stakeholders to elaborate the management strategy. And of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, for post-accident management, the participation of citizens and local citizens is essential. So it's why, for the preparedness, it's good to identify their key concern. Of course, one of the difficulties is how to involve them, how to mobilize the local stakeholders for addressing an issue which is not so easy for them. And then for that, fortunately, in France, we can rely on the presence of local liaison committee around nuclear installation to have some people who are partly expert, but to be able to reach the local population in this perspective. With that, I thank you for your attention. And if you wish more detail, you can, of course, contact Jean-Marc Berthaud from ASNR. Thank you.
Is there any question from floor? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Nobuhiko Ban, a commission member. And thank you very much for sharing this interesting topic. But in my impression, just involving different stakeholders will not be enough. Building trust between them will be the key to success. So what kind of efforts have been made for the trust building for this group?
Sorry, what kind of effort has been made for?
Trust, building trust between stakeholders.
Yeah, good point. We discuss the element of skill and so on. It's clear that the trust is a key point, and it's why at the beginning of the slide, Jean-Marc Berthaud mentioned the reference to the radio-ecological group of North Cotentin. One of the key points that have been developed at that time to deal with leukemia around the La Hague reprocessing plant was to allow the various point of view and not to start with some decision from the expert and then the citizen or the NGO were there just to listen to the other. The key point was to set up some rules to allow the cooperation, to respect the expression of all stakeholders, and that was a key point, and to report all the point of view in the minute of the meeting, and the minutes were fully transparent. And then in the report itself, it was, in fact, we mentioned different working groups, but then the standing committee, where you have different stakeholders, that was the responsibility of the standing committee to endorse the report. And then for the endorsement of the report, it was not only the chair who used to be the chairman of the safety authority who had the last word. It was really a common, a joint discussion in order that all the people, all the stakeholders were able to express their view and as much as possible to endorse the report. And if there were some differences in point of view, it was mentioned clearly, and if necessary, that led to the creation of specific additional discussion or additional working group. So that was the way it worked. It was not perfect, but it was one way to respect the plurality and not only to have some citizens to have to know that we did consultation. It was beyond the consultation, really a joint expertise on this project.
Thank you.
And any other questions? Yes, please.
Mika Markkinen from Stock, Finland. Does your work cover also the cleanup activities and the accumulation of waste and management of the waste? Because when you have the contamination in the environment, you have certain stakeholders, but when you start cleaning up, you accumulate the waste and the waste goes somewhere, and the stakeholders would there be different. So are you covering also of that?
Sorry, I can't hear correctly with... so can you... Your question with contamination is?
My question is that does your activities cover also the cleanup activities when you make decisions on clean up the environment, and also the management of the accumulating waste because of the cleanup?
Yeah, difficult to respond clearly to this question. Of course, in the last set of working group in CODIRPA, some questions were dedicated to waste management. Some other were dedicated to food. To be honest, it's difficult to say that finally the strategy for decontamination or the strategy for food management was fully defined at this stage. It was much more to address the different key topics. It was largely, this topic was largely driven by experts from the domain, but it's why Jean-Marc mentioned the creation of panel of citizens, and then for this topic, which are rather complex to address with local citizens, it was necessary not to be at the national level, but to go toward a concrete situation at the local level. And then there is a starting point to have some feedback from panel of citizens on this topic. But this is, to be honest, I would say that it is a starting point, and we have not enough feedback on this topic. And this is the objective now for the next mandate of CODIRPA, to start with the existing strategy for post-accident situation and to discuss more in detail in different areas around France for this topic with local citizens.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schneider. And it's time to move on. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Dr. Katarzyna Sijin, and she is acting director of regulatory cooperation of Norwegian Regulatory Authority on Nuclear Radiation Safety, and Katarzyna oversees the cooperation with Ukrainian regulatory authorities on a wide range of subjects like security of nuclear materials, management of radioactive waste, emergency preparedness, response, radiation monitoring, safety culture, and so on. Please, Katarzyna.
Thank you very much for this introduction. When listening to the first two presentations, I somehow realized that my topic fits like a fist to a nose a little bit. So, especially when I was listening about the focus areas and how to react, how do we need to have information about what's going on at the facility.
Katarzyna, if you can use microphone, if you can keep hand or use it, yeah.
About communication chains, about awareness and all of these things. So it does not actually apply to armed conflict that much. I remember to some other presentation, we were developing a really nice diagram showing how communication is disrupted when nuclear facility, for example, is under the occupation. But I work for the DSA. We are Norwegian regulator subordinate to the Ministry of Health and Care, Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For the past 30 years, DSA was implementing regulatory projects, supporting regulators. We started with Russian Federation and working under Eva Bay. We finished the cooperation after February 2022. We also supported Central Asia, and we work in Ukraine very actively, especially after February 2022. So Norwegian government implemented the Nations program for Ukraine, in which we implement not only regulatory projects but also industrial projects. So that was the background why I'm talking about this topic, because actually Norway is a very peaceful country. So after February 2022, we implemented series of projects. Now we have actually 17 active in the different areas, as Vladimir presented, from nuclear security, nuclear safety monitoring, and environmental monitoring. And also, there's a nice question which we should ask, which I should ask myself if I'm speaking about what Ukraine learned from the situation, or what Norway actually gained and what Norway learned from cooperation and observing from the outside how the Ukrainian regulator is dealing with the situation. So the biggest challenge is actually for the regulatory body during the armed conflict situation. There is no access to the facility. So we cannot actually say what's going on. We cannot check. Inspectors do not have access. We do not have communication. We do not have reliable data. Actually like a total blackout. So, actually in this presentation, I will say how the Ukrainian regulator adapted through all these 3 years and how he handled the situation. Another problem is the lack of international experience. So there is no guidance from IEA, there is no guidance from ICRP. Emergency situations and malicious events, yes, of course, they appear. But in the end, so like a starting point, you have a totally different data to handle with. In this diagram, I want to show how the regulator was reclaiming safety. So there's like, we noticed three layers of recovery. So first, when there's a shock, in the first phase, the regulator must quickly regain, balance. So what's going on? Regain oversight over the staff, and come into equilibrium within the regulatory body. Then, in the next step, has to think how to restore functions under the new conditions. So how to approach licenses, how to approach the operators, how to support them if, for example, license conditions cannot be fulfilled. So when those two stages actually are fixed, so then we can come to restoring safety at the facility. So this is the third and final step. And at the moment, I don't think in Ukraine we are at this point. So we are in the phase 2, and we're trying to recover regulatory system. So the challenge, so regulatory oversight under disruption. I said a few words about this, about the regulatory shock, the fragmented picture, frozen mandates, and improvised decisions which were taken, especially after February 2022, and in cases like Chernobyl, Zaporozhye, or neutron source in Kharkiv, or the last event when the new safe confinement was severely damaged. So the regulator took, this is the learning curve from the projects which were implemented. So at first in 2022, after regaining control over the Chernobyl, regulator actually took the very conceptual approach. So we developed documents which helped them to restore regulatory control over the facility, but it was rather a very broad framework, give like a lot of place for the licensee to work and act. And it was mainly principles for re-entry. But then when we decided to work a little bit on Zaporozhye NPP and regaining regulatory control in Zaporozhye, which is still out of control from the Ukrainian regulator, we decided to have a little bit different approach. So we focused on developing detailed programs, checklists, and licensing under the constraints. This work is done together with the operator. And the third one, the Kharkiv neutron source. Kharkiv neutron source actually, when February 2022 happened, was in relicensing mode. So it's supposed to be relicensed, and yeah, kind of very very interesting case. Confinement was severely damaged. All the isolation layer almost was damaged, and then actually regulator had to take had to approach the situation in a very innovative way and support the technical decision of the operator on how to actually seal the damage as fast as possible. So the learning curve is not about developing more detailed documents or adding more paper or more words. It's about the adaptation, how to adapt to the new situation. So that's the main lesson learned from this, from what we are experiencing at the moment. Here, some details about each case. So as I said, when it comes to our first project, Zone 1, which was implemented in the very beginning, I think it was April 2022. So we had actually no idea how to approach the situation, especially with, I will say this one more time, especially without no guidance from the international community. So, as I said, we developed principles for oversight after prolonged loss of access with minimum conditions for inspectors to re-enter safely. Procedure for restoring safety levels, stage plan for facility inspectors, define sequences. So first, verify access and then relicense. Next case would be the mentioned Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. Quite challenging, but what was developed, it was checklist, was step-by-step conditions to regain oversight, phase licensing from temporary conditional to full license, and verification steps, which are gradual revalidation of data and safety status. So we're shifting the logic from the Zone 1, from what to do on how to do this under constraints. Zone 3, the Kharkiv neutron source, which is shielded, I think, continuously until today. So here, there was a need to adapt and switch to the facility context where we have research-scale subcritical neutron source within the long-term shutdown, and licensing process frozen in the middle. So what is significant here is to adapt regulatory methods from power reactor to small research facility. So this also demonstrated the flexibility, scaling oversight to facility type and purpose. And the ongoing ARC4 project. So the damage was done, and now we have to think how to approach the situation and how to restore the safety. So we focus on two things mainly in our support, in our cooperation with the regulator, which was supporting the urgent technical decision, as he says, to seal the damage. That's one thing. And the second thing, to develop safety guide, which would contain the methodology for state restoration, modification, and application of regulatory framework under deviation from design. So, but if you look at all of those three cases, like really in detail and think about this, so when we will look at what already is available internationally and worldwide. So the small pieces, they exist, they're already there. But under the military condition, under the armed conflict, we have to cherry pick them from each and every case and somehow put together. And honestly, I hope my work will be just a waste of time and nobody is going to use it ever again. So the last thing is the restoration project, which actually was the lesson learned from the blackouts. So we wanted for the regulator to have the independent monitoring system when operator is not in position to give the data to the regulatory body to assess the situation correctly. What is really important here also is the interinstitutional cooperation. So we cooperated directly with the regulator, SNRU. The TSO was supporting, providing technical analysis and safety justifications for all the cases. Operators and licensees, they implemented recovery and provided detailed facility data when possible, and international partners. So we were working closely in our projects, DSA Norway and STUK Finland, also in the last phase, SSM also joined us. So we have like a very nice Nordic cooperation focused on this issue. And 10 seconds, emerging toolbox. So this is like a summary of what we managed to develop until now. So we have like core instruments, new regulatory tools, which you can see like urgent technical decision, safety guides, monitoring frameworks, and the outcomes. So this is something for the international community in case if they would have to use it. Hopefully never. And we just have to learn from the history, because we have to, like, here we can see like we can look at this like we have some cases which are not covered by international guidance, and we develop in the end, unfortunately, a model, a prototype model, which can be used in the similar situations. So broader significance, impact on society, public trust strengthened, visible proof for safety oversight, and impact on international system. Hopefully, I hope the international community will put a little bit more attention to this and actually help us to build resilience. Summary. So reclaiming safety. Safety is not restored by chance. It's not a coincidence. We need like an adaptive regulation, interinstitutional cooperation and persistence, and lessons learned from the as in our case, are really global, they are not local. And so, yes, this is some kind of roadmap for regulators facing non-conventional stressors. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Katarzyna. And as Ukrainian, I would like to express my deepest appreciation what Norway is doing, and to all representatives of other countries for this support in these harsh conditions. And definitely nuclear security, safety needs attention and support. Thank you. Now we have some time for few questions, please. Okay, probably during the round table we will have some more. Thank you.
Okay, our last speaker is Dr. Dev Minotra. Yeah, Dr. Dev Minotra is a human performance scientist at the Canadian Nuclear Laboratory in Canada, where he conducts research on risk perception, decision-making, countering misinformation, and insider threats. So Dr. Minotra's background is in human factors and cognitions. Dev, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And so, as you mentioned, my name is Dev Minotra, and I'm a human performance scientist at the Canadian Nuclear Labs. And I will be talking about misinformation in nuclear emergencies in general. And I will, towards the end, provide some guidelines for communication. So, just this green button here. Yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah, coming from a Canadian perspective, the impact of false information in nuclear emergencies can actually be, or any emergency can actually be quite devastating. It can interfere with messages published by the government during these emergencies. And in the COVID-19 pandemic itself, it caused about, false information was a cause of about 2,800 deaths and about 13,000 hospitalizations in Canada. And false information can also fuel protests. An example is the Freedom Convoy protest, which happened in Canada, in Ottawa, about a couple of years ago. And sometimes these protests can turn out to be violent. So just to go over a couple of definitions. So misinformation is really nothing but just false information that is not intended to cause harm. I mean, it has not been created or distributed with the intent to cause harm. It is just false information, whereas disinformation with D is actually false information which has been either created or distributed with the malicious intent to cause harm, to create confusion, and to misguide people in the wrong direction. So why is misinformation important in the nuclear sector? So coming from a nuclear emergency, most of my work essentially is involved in nuclear emergency response. And so one of the things about nuclear emergency response is that it requires the cooperation of the public. But when you have a nuclear accident, that cooperation can be a problem because there's a significant drop in public trust. The trust itself is badly affected immediately after a nuclear accident, and mis and disinformation can actually make matters worse as far as trust is concerned. In addition to that, a lot of mis and disinformation is especially it's focused or is related to the nuclear context itself on social media. And basically speaking, yes, it's a lot of activist groups, anti-nuclear groups can sometimes distribute such misinformation online or disinformation. And in addition to that, yes, of course, there's quite a bit of misinformation in, the climate change context. In fact, there has been a conference recently in Ottawa on just climate change misinformation. So all of that can actually affect the nuclear sector. It can affect the perception of risk. It can affect how, whether people accept nuclear power, and it can affect, the nuclear emergency response itself in case there's an accident. So in this presentation, I'll be mainly covering, a few key findings coming from 2 studies, and one of the premise, a common premise across these 2 studies is that, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic and nuclear emergencies, as I suggested in the first slide, have a few parallels. And the underlying theme here is that both these types of emergencies generally require a fair bit of public cooperation, and the public is required to actually follow recommendations that have been made by authorities in order for things to go well in an emergency. In the first study, I conducted interviews with 5 public health leaders in Canada, mainly focusing on decisions, critical, difficult decisions that they made in the pandemic response, and how they worked with uncertain information, and how they weighed societal effects of the decisions that they made. And in the second study, I conducted a literature review linking risk perception, misinformation, and public cooperation. So I'll just present some key findings here in this presentation. So on misinformation and the effects and its effects itself, one of the key findings is that uncertainty gives way for misinformation to spread and for misinformation to be believed by the public, essentially. And so when decision makers really make decisions based on uncertain, incomplete information, that gives, that leads to pushback, and that leads to, that creates an opportunity for misinformation to, make its way into, the minds of, members of the public in those situations. In addition to that, COVID-19, and Fukushima, I mean, there is quite a bit of a mental health and societal cost that, that emerges as a result of these emergencies and what people go through. So, I mean, in COVID-19 itself, there was quite a bit of stress, anxiety, job losses, and similarly in the Fukushima nuclear accident, as many of you all know, there's quite a bit of depression, suicide ideation, cases of suicide, economic losses, and, especially quite a bit of stigmatization and other economic effects that just emerged from the Fukushima nuclear accident. So, misinformation and sensationalized language in the news can actually exacerbate some of these problems, especially when it comes to things like stigma and, the perception of uncertainty. The second key theme is that there are vulnerable populations involved in such emergencies. So these are people who are affected by the emergencies a lot more than just, the general population in itself. And in the case of the COVID-19 pandemic, my data showed that you had a number of pregnant women who actually faced quite a bit of uncertainty about the safety of the vaccines in the beginning. So at that time, in the first, when the vaccines were rolled out, the trials that had been conducted until that point in time did not include pregnant women as participants. And so in the case of the Fukushima nuclear accident, there were several elderly evacuees who faced quite a bit of psychological trauma. There was a lot of change in their lifestyles as a result of the evacuation itself, and some of them actually died solely because of the evacuation. In addition to that, there was quite a bit of social stigma. A lot of that social stigma, the brunt of that was basically something that was taken by women. They experienced quite a bit of stigma, which I think was suggested earlier, during this this morning. And that is really owing to the misconceptions about, the effects, the alleged effects of radiation on future pregnancies. So misinformation can, as many can imagine, can actually exacerbate some of these challenges faced by vulnerable people, including their perception of risk, their anxiety, the stigma that they face, and so on. So what is risk perception? So risk, of course, there's a lot of definitions out there of, risk perception itself, but I like this particular definition in that, it's basically the subjective appraisal of the likelihood of a negative event combined with the subjective appraisal of, the magnitude of how concerning or how severe the consequences of that event can be. And the word subjective is actually quite important over here because it's linked with emotions, cultural values, history, ideology, and so on. And so, but one of the main issues here really is that perception of risk can actually be different between the experts and that average perception of risk that you have among laypersons. So, and that difference is quite critical. And so in the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of people underestimated the risk of the virus, SARS-CoV-2. And in contrast, in the Fukushima nuclear accident, there were a lot of people that overestimated the risk of radiation itself, which had led to its own problems. So in this slide, I have basically just summarized some of the key results from my literature review linking misinformation, risk perception, and adherence. And a key finding here is that risk perception is actually a very crucial variable that it's an important factor in public cooperation, mainly looking at adherence behavior. A lot of studies looked at whether people actually adhere with the recommendations as a major dependent variable. So as you can see, risk perception or threat perception is linked with adherence. It's linked with trust in authorities. It's linked with efficacy belief, the belief in the efficacy of the measures being implemented to help with the emergency, as well as it's linked with mental health. But importantly, it also serves as a mitigation. So risk perception can actually mitigate the relationship between political orientation and adherence behavior, and it can mitigate the negative effects of fatigue on adherence behavior. So that just kind of summarizes, the findings of that lit review. But many of these relationships were essentially taken from, studies that were done in the COVID-19 pandemic, but they have implications in nuclear emergencies as well. So if you come to think about it, if you have these exaggerated risk perceptions, in a nuclear accident, like, any nuclear accident, it can lead to voluntary evacuations, and this happened during Fukushima, which can further actually lead to, degraded trust in authorities, especially, if they haven't recommended in evacuation at all. And so, yes, if you think about it, you look at the diagram, all those variables like risk perception, efficacy beliefs, trust, and so on, mental health, they are all essentially open to influence as far as influence from misinformation, unless something is actually done about it. So the key finding here really is that in a nuclear emergency, there are several pathways that misinformation can take and affect public cooperation in some way, unless something is actually done about it. So that leads me to some guidelines, which, the first set of guidelines is to do with, disseminating accurate information about the perception of risk itself. So it's important to be able to actually influence the public and communicate information about risk, so that the public actually holds accurate perceptions of risk during these emergencies, realistic perceptions of risk, and in addition to that, if there is quite a bit of misinformation and disinformation out there in social media, it's important to be able to counter that, identify, what are those narratives out there in social media about, the false information, about risk perception, or, the exaggerated narratives about risk, about the risk of, the hazard in question, and so on and so forth. So it's important to be able to debunk those narratives, but it's also important to actually pre-bunk, which is, before such an accident has actually taken place, before the hazard is out, it's important to be able to actually, give people snippets of false information, examples of false information, so that they learn to recognize patterns and accordingly learn to be able to actually form counter-arguments against, all these persuasive narratives when, the false information, so that, when they actually encounter the false information, they don't get persuaded. In addition to that, it's important to be able to actually, of course, trust was mentioned some time ago. It's important to be able to maintain trust, regain trust, which requires quite a bit of consistent communication to the extent possible, transparency, as well as acknowledge uncertainty where required, in addition to which stakeholder participation also can improve trust in authorities. And finally, it's important to be able to actually assess the community the communities that are affected by the nuclear emergency in itself. It's important to be able to look at that variation in risk perception, how do you, does it divide people? I mean, what are the groupings out there in terms of, the different perceptions of risk that exist? Is society polarized in other dimensions? Are there other ways in which, people are polarized, and how does that affect adherence behavior is something to be able to examine. And most importantly, it's also important to identify what those vulnerable groups are in that community and how your decisions are actually going to impact those vulnerable groups. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have much time, so we are gonna get just one question and then move to the panel discussion. Is there any questions? Yes, Terry, please.
Thank you for your presentation. It's very, very interesting to put into perspective COVID-19 and nuclear accidents. This is really, really fruitful. I have one question or comment first. For me, in fact, after a nuclear accident, but probably also after COVID, the authority are no more trusted, and so notably because they are considered partly responsible of the situation. So it's not only maintaining trust, but it's also rebuilding trust in this situation. So this is the first point. The second point, I am always not completely comfortable to mention that finally this is mainly a problem of risk perception. For me, first of all, this is a problem of disturbance of daily life. And since it's not that people behave without correct information, it's mainly because they are confronted to unprecedented situation, and all their daily life are disturbed. And then it's quite difficult for experts to deliver a message without starting to listen to what is the situation, what is at stake, and how to deal with that. Having said that, it's clear when we compare Chernobyl and Fukushima, the question of information is significantly different, notably due to the social network. And nowadays, you cannot avoid the social network, and so you cannot say, okay, we will deliver correct information, and the other will have wrong information. I just exaggerate a little bit, but how to cope and how to embark the social network in a positive way, having in mind that you need to keep freedom for the expression of the people or the different groups, but then you cannot force the cooperation. So how to deal with that? Do you have some lesson on this topic?
Yeah, no, I certainly think that, it's important to, social media is essentially where people go these days. It is considered almost a mainstream source of information. There's a lot of information flowing out there. I think it's important for the authorities to be able to have presence on social media so that there is a place that the public can use to as a go-to place. So, if the authorities are not even on social media, if there isn't information that is being published by the authorities on social media in a continual basis, that's when they will fall for a lot of the misinformation and disinformation, all those narratives that are out there. I don't believe in suppressing any thoughts. It's important for people to be able to express their views and so on. And I don't think that regulations have, at least in Canada, my understanding, regulatory bodies, they don't have the ability to be able to really do anything about false information narratives that are out there online. But if there is something that mentions, the government bodies, or it mentions something specific, they generally tend to focus on that, and then they try to actually build, the counter argument against it. Is my understanding, and I just think that it's important for authorities to have presence on social media. so that the public has a go-to place, and and of course it's also important for them to be able to make it clear, when there is uncertainty, or if there is a complex situation, it's important for them to be able to say that this is an unknown and this is uncertain, so that the public is aware of what to expect in terms of what accurate information they might encounter online.
Thank you very much, Dave, and please stay on the stage. I will invite all other speakers for the short roundtable discussion, please. Hey, you can be closer because just 4 of you. And we have really limited time. Just a question to each of you on behalf of audience. I hope that most of you speak about the condition of specific emergencies. My question to you, whether we have to target as ICRP, as international community, really top-level politicians to promote really international cooperation on this area, like Germany comments about the lack of resources national level. Definitely Germany one of the most successful countries in this area. Most others much worse. Question to you whether international cooperation or international convention in this area on mutual assistance, on prevention of attacks of nuclear installations, prevention of nuclear war, and is a recipe. Please.
Thank you. I can start with my hat of chair of the Committee of Radiological Protection and Public Health from NEA. Clearly, this topic of not a convention, but how to work together, this is something which is clearly at stake at NEA since not many years, many decades, there is a working party on nuclear emergency matter involving, maybe I look at George, about 40 countries all over the world, and regularly there are some exercises, and the last one, INEC 6, was organized in more than 25 countries, involving some international organization to test the post-accident situation. The previous exercise were dealing with other topics, and so regularly all these countries, all the authorities are working together in order to challenge the preparedness. The question of mental health was one of the topics, the question of models, the question of harmonization of criteria. All these elements are clearly at stake, and I encourage you to follow. There will be a workshop next month on the lessons from the last exercise, and this is clearly a good example where you can cooperate, and I know that WHO has also some activity on the preparedness for medical aspect. IAEA has also some exercise. So there are some elements which already exist to cooperate and to stimulate the coordination among countries.
Dave, what is Canadian perspectives?
Well, I think, yeah, it's important to have public cooperation. I mean, it's the international bodies, in my understanding, have a very important role to play, like, IAEA, UNSCEAR, Nuclear Energy Agency. I mean, not too sure about, what their different mandates are. But my understanding is that they have quite a bit of respect around the world. And having their involvement and oversight can make, very significant difference, basically.
Thank you.
Well, the international collaboration, cooperation for sure is very important. Among the international organizations, there's the JET plan, which is, I think, including IAEA, WHO, and many other organizations to prepare for response to nuclear accident, radiation accident. I think that's important. But just, we recently joined a paper to see that we need to strengthen that kind of cooperation. With some people, we don't know the outcome yet, but we call for further cooperation among the leading international organizations, the one thing. Second one I want to share with you, I often join the WHO missions to check the implementation of international health regulations across the world. I recognize good regional collaboration is also very important. The neighboring countries, among the neighboring countries, if they have developed the cooperation mechanisms, that would be very helpful. Think about that. If something happens in one country, you certainly can contact the IEA through the IEC, and if your neighbor country can help you, that would be much better. I want to share with you that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so I will give some unpopular opinions now. Because the first one is, I personally think that international cooperation is essential. It's essential for reclaiming safety and security, especially in challenging conditions, whether it's a challenging emergency, armed conflict, or whatever. Each country faces disturbances in that way or another. The main point from my perspective is to keep political background out of this, because we can go through the cases, we can have lessons learned, we can learn from what happened in the history, but not to put like a political background into this, but keep it only scientific. So when we will reach that level of utopia, it probably will never happen, but if we would reach that level of utopia, I think that each and every country could feel more secure and more stable, even if they have something in the back which can somehow threat to their existence of or the safety of people.
Yeah, and please, what is the UAE perspective?
From the UAE perspective, I want to recall the Convex 3 that we hosted a couple of years ago. So in that sense, we do cooperate with other countries internationally, and we do include in our annual plan to conduct either on the national level or on the international level. Also with our neighboring countries, the Gulf cooperation countries, GCC, that's what they call these neighboring countries. We do have an emergency plan, and we do conduct exercises with these countries as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we already got out of our schedule, and I will welcome all of you to raise questions personally during the coffee break. And topic definitely endless, is so broad and so deep and so serious that let's work on this on daily basis, not just 1.5 hour, once per 2 years in the ICRP meetings. It definitely needs daily attention. I personally believe we doing a lot, but we lack a lot. And lack of understanding by top level of politicians that it is serious and very serious, it's life and death issue. It should be communicated. And unfortunately, ignorance of politicians sometimes cause a number of troubles. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks to speakers.
Test it. That's on now. That's right. Okay, oh, great. So I do, I used to type professionally directional and unidirectional.
Well, as well, so these are screwed on.
Yeah, you start there, we'll just wait for it.
Okay, good morning everybody. And now for something a little bit different. We'll be looking at space and back here on Earth. We'll be covering a few different topics, mainly looking at the hazards, some of the concepts, and RP in general in very different exposure regimes. On Earth, related to NORM, so naturally occurring radioactive material, and in space, related to naturally occurring space radiation, so galactic radiation and from the sun as well. So we have an interesting lineup for you. We'll be having 2 NORM discussions first, and then 2 on space. My name is George Vardoulakis, and I'm from the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, and very happy to be co-chair here today.
Hi, and morning. My name's Chris Jones. I'm also from the UK, and I worked in the defence and security sector. So, without further ado, I shall introduce our reporter for the session, which is Salama El Mansouri. Over to the Salama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your introduction. So today I will be presenting the contributed posters and videos for this session related to NORM and space activities. So first I will talk about the contributions. The submitted abstract and videos are from India, South Korea, Croatia, Japan, and the United States. So out of the 166 abstracts submitted, 5 are related to this session. 2 are related to NORM activities, and 3 are related to space activities. First, we will go to our first abstract submitted from the United States. The first abstract is about quantum communication response to ionizing radiation exposure and sepsis implications for manned space operation. So the abstract talks about the relationship between ionizing radiation and exfoliated plasma membrane-derived vesicles. The study suggests that the interaction between EVs, microbes, and ionizing radiation determine whether the body experiences inflammation or tissue repair, offering insights for protecting against ionizing radiation and infection-related damage. We will go to our second abstract, which is the impact of deep space-like neutron radiation on food and pharmaceuticals, submitted from Japan. So the study investigates the effect of neutron radiation on the safety and stability of food and pharmaceuticals. So the results shows that neutron exposure caused temporary radioactivity and oxidative damage in food, potentially reducing its nutritional quality. The drug remained chemically stable, however, but the glass container became radioactive, posing possible secondary radiation risk. The finding shows the need to assess both biological material and storage system for such in-space activities. Going to our third abstract, which is the application of GIS technology as a base of AI tools for remediation of brownfield sites containing NORM residue. The submitted is from Croatia. So the aim of the study is to use the GIS technology to keep records of all data, including radiological and total volume data of the brownfield sites that contains NORM residue. This will help assess the situation of the location to plan and carry out remediation activities. To go to our fourth abstract that talks about external radiation dose assessment for workers in the glaze manufacturing industry in Korea, submitted from South Korea. So the study aims to assess the external radiation dose of workers in the glaze manufacturing industry in Korea, which uses NORM-containing materials such as zircon by analyzing their work type, measurement, and assessment of external radiation dose. The assessment of this dose will be used as a baseline to establish safety management of workers in such industry. Going to our last abstract, which talks about the GIANT for based estimation of mission-specific quality factors and dose equivalent using ICRP mesh-type phantoms for space radiation environments contributed from India. So the study showed good agreement with ICRP reference data with minor discrepancies for the skin dose. Also, the application developed in this study can be utilized with person-specific phantom data to improve mission-specific quality factors and dose estimation across various postures. To read more about the posters submitted and the videos, you can find them here available in the venue, or you can see them online. Thank you.
Lovely. Many thanks, Lama. So we'll move straight on to our first speaker, Jim Tom on stage. Just while Jim comes up, can we ask that we'll keep questions for the end of this session? So rather than do it after each speaker, we'll save and do it as a panel at the end, because that seems to work quite well. So first speaker for the session is Jim Hondros from Australia, talking about norm-affected industries. Jim, all yours.
Thank you. You said to use a speaker, but can I just use this?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thanks to the organisers of this amazing conference. It's been an amazing couple of days. I'm actually happy to be here in a session that talks about norm and space, because in another life, I'm actually a director on a space or an asteroid mining company, so I'm interested to hear some of the talks. But I'm actually here in two capacities. I'm here as a co-chair of the ICRP task group on norm, and so we'll share with you some of the things we've been doing. But I'm mainly here as a practitioner. And on day one, Chris spoke about the practitioners as the drivers of the car. So I have 40 years experience in mining, never been a regulator, only been an operator. And I think in that time I've kind of shifted from being the driver of a car to the mechanic, with a role of helping make other people operate the car a bit more effectively and a bit more safely. I'm also here representing my co-authors, Analia, Raina and Stefan, who helped put this paper together, all members of our task group. This presentation really evolved. It evolved from our ongoing task group discussions and from our frustrations with the way norm is managed around the world in practice. So the aims of this presentation is to provide you with a brief insight into those challenges, and more importantly, it is a plea to the decision makers, those in the room and not in the room, to take account of the practical knowledge of the car drivers and the car mechanics in the revision of the system of protection. It's not obvious and it's not easy, but it's critical for a practical system going forward. So there's a couple of topics I'd like to cover. An introduction to our norm task group, share some of the learnings from that, talk about norm, radiation and risk paradigm, and then I want to finish with examples. Examples are very important because they tell us what's happening on the ground. So on goes the ICRP hat. I don't speak on behalf of ICRP, let me make that very clear. I speak on behalf as the task group co-chair of the norm working group. We started under the leadership of Roger Coates in 2018, and that's been carried on by the leadership of Bernard and Chris. Our current mentor is Cameron Jeffries, and he's our conduit to the ICRP executive. We currently have 23 members and growing, and if anyone wants to join our task group, just come and have a chat. Our primary purpose is bringing together practitioners to share practice. Some of our activities. Over the years, we've developed a strong network. We've published a number of papers, and we regularly present at conferences about practice, what people do in practice. The task group has grown over the years, and we now even have a subgroup which we affectionately call Team Africa. Our main task, however, is the development in that last dot point of a practitioner's handbook. We have a draft ready for presentation next week in Accra at the IAE Norm 11 conference. And we are hoping, fingers crossed, to have the final version available at the European Regional Congress in Liverpool next year. However, there's a hidden value in task groups, and I encourage anyone who's not on a task group, it's a bit of a pain because you get to stay up late at night and join video conferences, but there's a hidden value, and that value is what you learn from each other. Every member has their own unique inputs and their own unique perspectives. The learnings are not always obvious and emerge from discussions and arguments, where we argue about various things. And that might be via email, but it might be through our quarterly online meetings. Let me just share some of the things that we learnt. And it's been mentioned already that even though the system of protection is our basis, it gets applied differently everywhere. There are different interpretations of words and concepts, and there are different understandings of what the ICRP recommendations actually mean. There's a lack of an appreciation from a norm perspective of the size of the risk. There's a tendency to say, if it's radioactive, it's dangerous. And part of the purpose of this talk is to talk about risk in perspective. But then again, it's okay. It's okay to be different. I think we all recognise that there are different priorities and there are different competencies and there are different capabilities around the world. So it's okay to be different. Or is it? It's okay to be different in some ways, but it's not always good to be totally different. Difference in circumstances and capabilities are important, and we need to recognise that there is differences around the world. But we must have a common and shared understanding of the foundation of our work. And we always note that this is not always the case, and it tends to be amplified in norm. And I'll just give a quick example of characterisation. We all know the basis of radiation protection is characterisation, understanding what you're dealing with. And the number of times you read a paper where someone has analysed one radionuclide and then done a cancer risk assessment on that leaves you thinking that we do not have a shared understanding of the common foundation for radiation protection. Okay, let me take off my IRPA hat and put on my operator's hat. And talk a little bit about norm, and I'm just going to start with one sentence. Norm is complicated. Any resource project aims to concentrate what you mine into a product and reject what you don't want into waste. And simple mass balance tells you that you are concentrating deleterious elements, heavy metals, carcinogens, and radionuclides into one part of that process. So the controls are needed. Controls tend to be focused on when you exceed reference levels, but tend to be focused on when concentration levels are exceeded. With norm, we have over 30 different radionuclides that we need to think about, and in that there's probably from 3 decay chains, and different radiotoxicity for each of those radionuclides. And we also have a few inert gases thrown in along the way. The different radionuclides all will behave as per their chemical properties, and that therefore defines where they might report to in a process. In terms of waste, you can have huge volumes of low-level radioactive waste. There's one project I'm working on that has something like 500 million tonnes of a few becquerels per gram radioactive waste. How do you handle that? What is the risk? Understanding what is required. So norm tends to be a complex, multi-dimensional in many areas. Almost every resource sector needs to think about norm, and the IEA has produced an excellent set of reference documents which provide guidance on most of these sectors. I like to look at this list in a different way. And if you look at the grading on that list, at the top of the list we have the obvious radioactive facilities, the uranium miners, the thorium miners, the rare earth producers, and down the bottom there's those areas that you would not think norm would be associated with, for example, water treatment. But we have a lot more of those at the bottom of the list than we have at the top of the list. However, if we look at where the competency spread is primarily up the top. A lot of our most experienced and and competent practitioners sit at the top of that list and get trapped there. So part of this is understanding how we can spread that knowledge through the whole of the norm area. So let me shift now to mining hazards. Mining hazards are important, understanding what the risks are when we talk about mining, because this helps us put the risk of radiation in perspective. When we think about resource development and extraction, there are many hazards and many risks we deal with. And to use a radiation protection term, safety involves management of deterministic effects, things that can kill you straight away. I've circled occupational health because occupational health is really about the chronic effects, the long-term exposure effects. But you look at that list and we've got vehicle collisions through to ground control. All of these are hazards and risks that need to be managed in a workplace. If we look at occupational health, and I'm sorry about the circle moving, but occupational health, the chronic exposure hazards, also have a number there are a number of hazards in a workplace that we need to manage. And if we've got uranium or radiation or norm, we also need to think about ionising radiation. The challenge for practitioners is how do we keep everything in perspective? How do we apply the same levels of control to the same levels of risk without risk prioritisation? If we look at a typical health and safety management system for any mining or processing operation, it's pretty straightforward. You end up with a number of headings that you address. One not on this list, which I just thought of, was very early when I started my career, I was told one thing to do with a hazard: identify, quantify, and control. Not identify, control, identify, quantify, and control. And essentially, that's a risk management framework. Understand the size of the risk and then apply the controls. If you look at that list, we can see that most of them, or many of them, can just simply be applied to radiation protection, emergency response maintenance system, and you'll see most of these, in fact, in a radiation management plan. But if we talk about risk and ongoing health and safety, what does risk management or risk-based mean in operations? Now, if any of you have been to an operating site, you should have a heart attack by that photo for a number of reasons: open pit, moving machinery, unprotected, etc., etc. So it's understanding what the risks are in perspective. But there are many tools we can use to understand the size of the risk and manage the risk. For radiation impact assessment, characterisation, understanding exposure pathways, dose assessments. If we think about optimisation, what does optimisation mean in practice? Well, it means things like continuous improvement. How do we get better? It means things like radiation involved in risk assessments, hazard analysis, operability hazard studies, and also input into design. I'm going to give you a couple of quick examples to finish where consideration, or lack of consideration about the risk, results in some pretty dumb outcomes, or some pretty ordinary outcomes. Let's not call them dumb, let's call them ordinary outcomes. And the examples are important, as I said, because it tells us what's happening on the ground. Phosphogypsum is a good example of admin control overriding impact control, with the use of material hampered by its activity concentration. And interestingly, the graph on the side, if you have a distribution of results, one of the questions I keep getting asked is, when is my material radioactive? When I've taken 1,000 samples that are all less than a becquerel per gram, or the mean, or the geometric mean. Again, something very, very practical. My next example is one I've used many, many times. It involves clearance of contaminated material from an operating site. There's a focus on recycling, circular economy. How do we get metal back into the system? How do we stop burying perfectly good metal? Yet some of our systems of control are based around arbitrary administrative controls without understanding the full radiological risk. In this case, it's about a contaminated loader bucket with elevated surface contamination on one part, but the overall activity concentration is very low. However, it was cheaper to throw the bucket away than reuse it. My third quick example is on the difficulty of the graded approach. Now, as practitioners, we do the graded approach all the time. We do it in practice. That's how we consider things. Yet it's very, very difficult to implement. And the reason it's difficult to implement is because it's judgmental. People have to stop and think. And probably one of the biggest barriers to being judgmental are lawyers. You say, is it radioactive or not? Rather than what is the impact of it. So part of our discussion is around how do we consider those impacts. My final quick example is a smelter operation where the smelter feed had more than a becquerel per gram of a radioactive material. An assessment was done and it was decided that the dose assessment gave the smelter operators more than 5 millisieverts per year. And the situation was to restrict the feed. When you dig down into the numbers and you worked out how they calculated the dose was calculated based on dust activity concentrations that were 20 times the threshold limit value for dust in air. Again, risk prioritisation. The issue wasn't the radioactivity, the issue was there was no ventilation. So what does this all mean? I think I just want to pick up 1 or 2 points here, and the key point here is there's a lot of gold in what the practitioners do. It's really hard to prize it out. Everyone says let's engage the practitioners, but it's difficult. We're not natural speakers. We like to just get on and get the job done, and we've got to actively engage to get these little pieces of gold in order to be beneficial to all. And so on behalf of our task group and also on behalf of the team that put this together, I want to thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Jim. As I said at the start, we'll save questions for the end if that's okay. So I'll invite Kari to come up straight away. Lovely. So our next speaker is Kari Choos from Canada, who is going to be looking at the practical use of graded approach to assessing radiological hazards in NORM.
Okay, I'm a walker, so I'm going to use this guy. All right, so I'm going to give some practical physical examples where I've been involved with or have seen the application of the graded approach to radiological risk assessment. So I'm going to take you through a tale of 3 facilities. The way I'm going to do this is use the NORM framework developed by Health Canada, and I'm going to talk about 3 facilities: a uranium mine, uranium exploration property, and a conventional mine. In this case, it's potash. You might be saying, wait, uranium isn't NORM. I do know that. We'll get to that in a minute. I have personal experience with uranium mining and exploration over the last 20 plus years, and through an industrial association, I've also been talking with potash as they go through assessments. So the framework I've got here is a very simplified version of the NORM framework from Health Canada. It's got 4 levels separated by dose thresholds. And as you go down the levels, you get into more and more level of rigor and control that's necessary. The first thing to get into this framework, though, is to ask yourself, am I part of a NORM industry? So I'll talk about what those were, although Jim has already presented them. The second question, and this is an OR, is do I have a concentration above an unrestricted derived release limit? So if you answer yes to any of those, you're into our NORM framework. Once you get in there, then we need to start looking at some dose assessment. So we're going to look at public and worker, and the question first is the dose potential above 0.3 millisieverts per year? If not, you stay in unrestricted. If you say yes, and this is on the public side, you go into NORM management. You can't go above that for the public. You stay in NORM management, and it's got controls and things that you need to do at that point. For workers, then you say, could I be above 1 millisievert per year? And if you say no, you pop back up into unrestricted. Otherwise, you keep going down the list asking, could I go over 5 millisieverts? And from there, determine what your level of program control is. So I'm going to go through this with my tale of 3 facilities. My first question is, am I a NORM industry? So first, I do know that uranium mining is not NORM. However, in Canada, uranium exploration is classified as NORM. And my third facility is a non-uranium mining operation. There are several others. Jim had a more exhaustive list. So these are other areas where you can find norm, and honestly, you can find norm in most areas of industry. I'm going to go through a bit of a qualitative assessment that I did in my head as I was doing these assessments for these facilities. One of the most important things is to have somebody with experience kind of guiding you through the process, knowing RP as well as knowing the facilities. So my first question, do I think I have norm above my unrestricted level? Well, if I'm a uranium mine, absolutely. Uranium exploration, if I'm doing it right, yes. And my other mine, I don't actually know. That's something I'm not 100% sure of, so I'm going to say a question mark. Maybe. That's probably where I'm starting. Looking at doses, could I be above that threshold of 0.3? So this is just qualitatively trying to figure out where we're going to fit in a graded approach. Low grade, maybe. High grade, likely. So obviously we want to have high grade. So we're going to hope that we find the good stuff. Continuing down, could I go over 1? Uranium mining, obviously, yes. Exploration, again, it's a question of what's our grade. So source characterization and understanding what you're dealing with. And then into that final category, uranium mining, uncontrolled, definitely there's potential. Exploration, probably not. And then in our mineral mining, I expect we're going to have unlikely to see doses above that threshold, but I don't really know. So I've got 3 sections here, 3 grades of approach, we'll call it. And they're going to take me to 3 very different places, and what I'm going to look at is very different. So I'm pretty sure I'm into a full regulated program. For an exploration property, I want to assess what's my dose potential? Where am I? And a mineral mine, maybe I just want to know what's my source look like. I won't spend too much time on this. This is the top of the chain. We don't know our source. We've got a lot of characterization and modeling to do. We're going to do environmental risk assessments, human health risk assessments. And in terms of effort, we're talking thousands of person hours. So huge, significant effort. If I print out an EIS, I mean, we're talking a couple or 3 feet of paper that goes into this. Let's take that down a level. So if I want to look at an exploration property, the hazard that comes with uranium is grade dependent. It's going, if you've got low grade, your hazard is lower than if you've got a high grade mine. We're hoping for high grade, so we're going to assume that we've done our job and we found some uranium in this facility. We're going to want to look at our source, our route of exposure, and where we're going to find that potential for exposure. In uranium, we've got gamma, so external hazards. We've got internal hazards from radon, radon progeny, airborne dusts, and then ingestion routes as well. So I want to know, where am I going to find these? And it's pretty localized in an exploration property. We keep our core in core storage, and when we handle it, we bring it to our core shack. So I've got pretty limited areas where I need to do assessments. That assessment, instead of a uranium mine where I'm going to do probabilistic, extensive monitoring, I'm going to have geology, geophysics, all that kind of thing. When we get to an exploration or a lower level of risk, we're going to start with doing just some workplace surveys. Your workplace might not be in operation at this point, so I actually have a fair amount of history that I've drawn on to assess new exploration properties. I'm going to look at gamma measurements. I'm going to take some airborne measurements of radon progeny and radon. And when people are doing work that can create dusts, that's when I'm going to measure what the dust exposure would be. Dust doesn't just happen. You actually have to do something in order to create it. So understanding that route, understanding what creates the exposure, is going to help me do this assessment. And then surface contamination, where can it go? So it's going to be in the core shack, probably. Where can a person go from there and understanding that? So just some simple workplace assessments. Now, again, I'm saying as somebody who's done this for a long time, longer than I'm going to admit, the time assessment I put on here is a few hundred person hours. That's sample collection, some characterization, that might even be high. And then going forward, if we're going to have to get into a program, there's going to be some person hours in development of that program as well, but significantly downgraded effort from a uranium mine. And then finally, we've got our potash mine. So I'm not a potash miner. It might take me a little bit longer, but we're going to go through the same steps. But as I said before, we're not going to look at dose quite yet because we don't even quite understand our source term. So that's where we start. What has potash got? It's definitely got potassium 40. Where does that live? Well, they have storage, they have underground mining headings, they've got conveyors, they've got waste streams. So the question is, where can it be different? And I'm going to want to physically sample each of those places. So different mining headings. Have I processed it at all? Is there chemical treatment? Okay, that's going to change things. And what does my waste look like? So I'm going to want to sample those points. Jim mentioned the entire uranium series is present in NORM, as well as thorium. So you've got 14 decay products that could be present here. Now we need to think about a little bit about geology, a little bit about what does a mine look like? How does this work? The geology behind potash, in this case, says there isn't a lot of potential for uranium to be present there. I might want to sample it, though, quickly and find out. If there isn't uranium present, then probably there isn't a lot of radon, but radon can be transported by water. There doesn't have to be uranium in your ore. It can come in through water. A potash mine tends to be called soft rock, and if you get a lot of water, it tends to be a big problem. So often you don't find water, but I'm still going to want to assess that, do I have radon? So those are my two key points that we've talked about in this industry association. If I end up below that unrestricted level, and I did actually get information from these companies saying, yes, they were below the level. At that point, I'm into unrestricted. So that's how we can apply the graded approach to that true risk level. If it turns out, for some reason, I've got radon in my potash mine, or it's not potash, maybe it's gold, and I find out I've got radon. Gold geology is often associated with the same kind of deposits as you get uranium. Maybe I've got uranium there. I'm going to need to do a little bit more work. But at that point, I'm still thinking industrial hygiene approach. Similar exposure groups, some statistical sampling to figure out where I'm at, so still characterizing my source. If I do find out, yes, I've got more dose potential here than I thought, then I bump up in and start behaving more like that exploration property, that next level of assessment. All right, so that was a quick view through a qualitative risk assessment on how I would approach multiple different facilities. As I said, it's important to engage somebody who knows radiation protection, is a practitioner of it, because they can really pinpoint these things a lot more quickly than walking in cold and not really knowing what are the likely suspects and likely hazards. So my 3 high, moderate, and low risk facilities ended up having multiple sources in the case of uranium, some limited, understood, quantifiable sources for an exploration property, and it turned out very few low concentration sources in my potash mine. Not mine, but you understand. And the effort can be graded as well, using people who understand the industry, use people who know that facility. You can change and modify the effort that goes into that, and then the outcomes. So in personal experience applying this particular framework, I found that it really walks you through a graded approach in a fairly practical way. It gives you the thresholds and the controls necessary at each of the levels to take the precautions necessary in order to protect the workforce. This is only on the radiological side. As Jim said, conventional safety also needs to be factored in, but I'm just looking at the radiological side here. The clear boundaries were helpful also in understanding exactly where you need to be and engage the professionals, not only in RP, but the miners, the people who know the facilities, the people who know how the water treatment facilities work. They're going to help you find those places where the sources exist, where the sources change, and where you need to put most of your efforts. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. We'll have questions at the end of the panel, but now I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Alexander Ulanovsky, who's a staff member at the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna and has over 40 years of experience in different domains such as nuclear engineering, instrumentation, dosimetry, and of course radiological protection. He's currently a member of ICRP Committee 1 and sits on Task Group 115 on dose and risk assessments to astronauts. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, and now it's time to go from Earth to sky and to investigate what kind of radiation protection tasks, puzzles we have still to solve for the applying the better quantification of radiation risk which can be experienced by the members of the space crew. And this part is, this work presented today is a result of the discussions and our activities performed in the ICRP Task Group 115. So first of all, why do we care about radiation risk metrics for space crew? What is so much special? There are speciality indeed. Space missions are bound to elevated risk of death or injury. It's a risky business. Space crew members are pre-selected based on their health status, receive special training, they are screened, medical care during career and lifetime is very intensive, and therefore they are not well represented by the general public. So they are also subjected during their missions to high and low LET space radiation, and they are at risk of higher radiation exposure that can be encountered in the normal regulated practices. So when we look in the conventional risk metrics, which are commonly used to quantify radiation risk, we can say that these are constructed as forward projections of cumulative losses which are expected due to radiation. This, just to mention a few, is a well-known lifetime attributable risk. It's a risk of exposure-induced cancer rate or excess lifetime risk. All of these represent the cumulated hazard, which understood to be the expected incidence or mortality of the selected outcome during lifetime. They depend on selection of a target population, which has its own vital medical statistics based on and presented in the life tables in incident and mortality rates of the selected diseases and outcomes. These approaches use period life tables and medical statistics for modern contemporary population, not generation-specific data. And of course, if the estimates are done until the full lifetime expected for our population, they provide probability of outcome for the last survival in such population. So then we can ask ourselves how much reasonable such quantity would be or representative. So to illustrate the ideas under the conventional risk metrics, here is some quick illustration showing that RAIC, which is a risk of exposure-induced cancer, and this gives us probability of outcome by the end of life, which is in exposed population supposed to be shorter than in the non-exposed one, and that's why it shows the ratio of the excess cases expected by the end of life to the total population which was exposed at a certain age. And in this way, it represents chances for the last survival in the hypothetical population having demographic and health status the same as in our contemporary one. Apparently, such interpretation have its own difficulties when we try to apply these metrics to space crew members, and mostly due to the existing competing life and health-threatening risk factors, which are mission-specific risk factors for space crew like overload, microgravity, confinement, hypodynamia, psychological tension, stress, others. All these influence expectations for outcome-free survival and the total lifetime. Also, the space crew are known to be multinational, so which target population statistics could be representative for such group? Risk projections are based on vital statistics for our modern populations. Future trends in population statistics are known, and they can be very volatile. Just imagine the changes due to technological progress, progress in medical care, therapy, migration of population. Take into account military conflicts, political and social changes. All this influences such things. So risk integration during the lifetime represents chances again for the last survival. And this may challenge also our existing radiation risk models when they are applied to calculate expected radiation attributed excess at beyond their validity domain, for example, at the very extreme ages. So model goes outside the domain where its parameters were justified and determined. So here we are now discussing as alternative to conventional risk metrics, we discuss now radiation attributed decrease of survival, which we commonly abbreviate RADS. And its definition is based on the formulation and the understanding of the fact that when we think about the survival probability in the population, and when we consider the population being affected by several stressors or risk factors, including radiation, then the survival chances for the health-free survival are reduced by this stressor. And this stressing factor can be expressed in terms of the cumulative radiation attributed hazard, which is based on our statistical inference we learned from our previous experience from the radioepidemiological studies, and which can give us the idea of the radiation attributed excess rate of selected outcome. That's why RADS is the fraction of outcome-free survival, which is lost due to radiation attributed health effects. So in this definition, we can think of RADS as a probability to develop a radiation-attributed outcome by a certain age. And here is the equation which shows that highlights the fact that the RADS is the relative quantity. So all uncertainty, which is related to our assumptions on the health and vital statistics, it's cancelled out. So it shows only effect of our inference about the radiation hazard. Here is again a similar illustration to better see what does it mean, this quantity RADS. And this is as you see, this is a fraction of the outcome-free survival which is lost due to radiation exposure. And as again already said, it can be regarded as and presented as a probability to develop a radiation-attributed outcome by a certain age for a given exposure history, conditional on outcome-free survival to this age. So now the question, okay, you introduce something alternative. What would be the advantage? Why should we think seriously about even using this quantity in the practices related to space travel and space crews? Here we see that the RADS is independent on selection of population statistic, and of course its unknown future trends. It's not affected by competing mission-specific risk, which also include radiation attributed, but not only. It can be defined for the predefined age. For example, if it would be age of retirement, this would be relevant to the professional, occupational regulation, or it can be also mean age in the selected group or population, thus being representing something meaningful for this group of people. So interesting fact is that because REDS is formulated using the multiplicative factors, we can combine several risk factors which influence the survival probability for exposed people and people at risk, and then we can represent the REDS as a composite for the several risk factors and for the selected outcome. How this can be implemented in practice, one could say, one could ask. We can say, okay, because it's a share of probability to survive disease-free to age, certain age, which can be lost due to the hazardous and harmful effect of radiation. Then, for example, we can define RADS for occupational exposure of space crew at the age of corresponding end of their professional career, for example, age 65. It also can be used as to define values of these RADs at certain time, say 10, 20, 30 years following a space mission. In this case, it can be understood as a post-mission, mission-related risks and mission-specific risks. So this can be really help and contribute to the planning activities when the people plan this certain mission and evaluate the risks which accompany such mission. Also, is already briefly mentioned that if we would calculate RADs at the value of mean age in the global population or in a specific population, then this can be regarded as a mathematical expectation of radiation detriment for such group of people. So that's why it also makes us to think what would be the helpful and useful to apply this quantity not only in space, but might be for some other situations. This is under discussion, this is work in progress. So concluding this talk, I would just say that for application to space missions, this quantity RADS is defined by statistical inference of only radiation risks for the selected outcome of interest. It's practical and robust. It's not sensitive to competing risk and to unknown secular trends in the population statistics. It's independent on choice of demographic data and medical statistics in selected population of interest. It can be flexibly applied at any age required by practical needs. It's based on multiplicative factors and can be combined with several outcomes, exposure events, and even incorporate non-radiation risk factors. And important to say that this development was performed in the close cooperation with the members of the ICRP Task Group 115, who made and contributed in the very fruitful and inspirational discussions. And for this, we are deeply grateful to the ICRP, members of the ICRP task groups, because such group of highly qualified and experienced people is an excellent place where you can coin ideas, you can discuss, you can receive the very productive, constructive critique, and then all this would work to the further improvement and further development of our radiological protection framework. And having said that, I'm coming to the very last slide, which would say thank you for your generous attention, and thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Again, we'll take questions in the panel session at the end. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Nobuyuki Hamada, who is professor at the Central Research Center Institute of Electric Power Industry in Japan, and a member of ICRP Committee 1, and active across several TGs, who will be presenting on the non-cancer outcomes experienced in space through the lens of the adverse outcome pathways. Nobuyuki-san, it's over to you.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. So the Dr. Vinit Chauhan, who is a driver in the field of radiation AOPA, she wished to be here but couldn't make it. So today I'll serve as her replacement speaker. So in the field of radiation, there is rapid developments. Rapid developments in technology needs new approaches to improving the accuracy of risk assessment. And the risk assessment do not necessarily account for underlying biological mechanisms and growing challenges, and there are growing challenges in assessing risk in co-exposure scenarios, and there is also an increased demand to reduce or replace animal testing. So what can AOP offer? So it offers, it can structure current state of knowledge within the framework by linking radiation biology with epi studies, can guide prioritizing research needs by identifying knowledge gaps and identify robust test methods to critical endpoints, reducing uncertainties and estimates of health risks from low-dose rate exposures. So AOP consists of several components. Georgia also gave a nice explanation yesterday morning, but I just repeat to be familiar with AOP kind of things. So MIE, molecular initiating event, is the first chemical physical interaction with body. And the key events, the measurable, most biologically dominant essential event to achieve advanced outcome. And the key event of relationships. Can this be seen? I'm not sure. So that is a key event relationship is causally linked and supported by empirical evidence. So the arrow and the solid line is called adjacent relationship that links sequential key events, and the dotted arrow shows non-adjacent relationships, also links between key events by association. And adverse outcome, the last one, the phenotypes change of regulatory relevance. And we can say, in short, that an adverse outcome pathway begins with MIA and is linked to key by KER to an AO relevant to risk assessment. So to correct the primary research for data evaluation, there are three important things. The one is for criteria is the biological plausibility. The second one is the essentiality of key events, and the third one is empirical evidence. So the biologically consistent with the existing knowledge, or that a progression of the pathways change if a key is prevented or modulated. So for example, we use sometimes inhibitor or promoter kind of things. So for empirical evidence, there are three criteria, so the dose concordance, temporal concordance, and incidence concordance. So there is a database developed by OECD called AOP Wiki, which is accessible, user-friendly, collaborative software, environmental developing and sharing AOP. This is fully open access, and we can access to all developed AOP as well as developing AOP. So the goal of this work is to apply the OECD AOP framework to identify the key biological events driving non-cancer effects following radiation exposure. So identify molecular, cellular, organ-level responses, and to integrate across diverse exposure scenarios, prioritizing space studies. So what we did is that the first to develop an ALP network linking for intersecting pathways related to non-cancer health outcomes. I use systematic review methodology to identify and evaluate the studies supporting key events and the pathways, and integrated the data across various levels of a biological organization from a molecular to organ level, and uploaded the information on the ALP wiki for transparency and accessibility. So the project phase consisted of three, and the first was to make a primary, the hypothetical LP. The second one is creation of a protocol, and then followed by weight of evidence gathering. And so many subject matter experts were involved. I don't read one by one, but many experts were invited from the various parts of the world, of course from Canada, but me, Japan, France, Germany, US, UK, elsewhere. And there is an example of a literature screening. We used Swift Review or Distiller SR. First of all, we got more than 50,000 references, but then we did screening and focusing on a few papers that still get more than 1,000 references, so about 140s. So this is results. So we say the ALP network. So we first made the ALP for one outcome each. So the first one is for cat loss. The second one is for bone loss, because this is the space kind of thing. And the third thing is the vascular remodeling, more in relation to the cardiovascular effects, and impaired learning and memory for more neurodegenerative disease kind of things. And then the many keys are intersecting to each other, so we made it together to get this kind of the network. So I will explain a bit more how we made it. So the molecular initiating event, we took as a deposition of energy. We had that long time discussion what we take as MIE, but we decided to use deposition of energy. So to encompass the various radiation energies and the dose rates that human may be exposed to, it was defined as deposition of energy. And the measure of event expressed as LET, and deposited energy interacts with electrons and molecules at high enough levels can break chemical bonds. So the oxidative stresses is important. Deposition of energy induces ionizing radiation of organic and inorganic compounds. For low LET radiation, radiolysis of water leads to increased formation of reactive oxygen species, and for high LET radiation, so direct ionization or cellular macromolecules play a greater role than the loss, or the loss may still contribute to the secondary effects. And the persistent oxidative stress and complex damage can result in mutations, chromosomal aberrations, or cell death. And persistent inflammation is also important, as oxidative stress triggers inflammatory responses and resident cells, increasing pro-inflammatory cytokines like tumor necrosis formic factor, interleukin 1 and 2 and 6. Oxidative stress also alters the signaling pathways that can regulate the cell cycle, apoptosis, cell senescence, proliferation, and the P53 triggers senescence or apoptosis. So the tissue remodeling is also important. Impaired and repaired damage from oxidative stress leads to loss in cellular homeostasis, like decline in nitric oxide disturbs vascular homeostasis, and neurodegeneration, and impairment in bone formation. and the initiation of apoptosis also leads to tissue-level remodeling. And for phenotypic pathologies, we look at the 4 outcomes and the 4 bone loss. So oxidative stress and DNA damage activate apoptotic pathways promoting osteoclastogenesis and causing osteoblast dysfunction and leading to bone loss. And for learning memory impairment, so loss in DNA breaks disturb mitogen-activated protein kinase pathway, increase neuroinflammation and impair neurogenesis and synaptic plasticity, leading to memory loss. For cataracts, DNA damage and lens epithelial cells impairs cell differentiation and activates mutations like p53 loss, causing lens opacities. For vascular remodeling, oxidative stress uncouples endothelial nitric oxide synthase, reducing nitric oxide, causing endothelial dysfunction and vascular stiffening. So key knowledge gaps in the ALP network. So this was identified during the development of ALP. So there is a lack of standardized definitions and measurement methods complicated key R development. Most studies use male models, so few report disaggregated results for assess age-related responses to radiation. And weak dose and time concordance evidence discrepancies in timing and dose-response relationships between upstream and downstream keys limit AOP quantification. And lack of relevant biological models. Some key Rs lack data from appropriate tissue-specific or ALP relevant models, so like lens-peak data for cataract pathway. And finally, difficulty in translating experimental model data to humans, as many models do not fully mimic human disease progression. So design, this says for future directions for ALP development. It is very important to design a multi-endpoint scale studies simultaneously measure at least 2 key Rs spanning molecular to organ level endpoints to strengthen the quantitative understanding of relationships and expand those ranges and the time points, include both low and high doses relevant to space missions, and assess early and late effects to improve temporal mapping. So target relevant to cell types, radiation sources, use cell types aligned with specific AOBs, lens epithelial for the cataracts, neurons for neurological effects, osteoblasts for bone formation, and stimulate space-relevant radiation type, high Z, high-energy particles, neutrons, protons, etc. So apply genomics, proteomics, and benchmark those modeling to define those of mechanistic transitions. I think this is the last slide. There are so many students and young colleagues who helped a lot to the work of and to make this work happen, and there are important funding. And with that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Nobuyuki-san. If you could please remain on the stage, take a seat, and I invite our other speakers and our rapporteur to come and take seats up on the stage. And we will shortly commence a panel session. Thank you to the audience for keeping your questions. We now have the panel discussion, so I invite you to ask your questions either individually to the individual talk speakers or to the panel as a whole. We have a question in the middle.
Thank you for your presentations. And my name is Wang Chenxiao. I'm from China Institute of Atomic Energy. I have a NOM-related question, so I think the question is for Jim and Carrie. I have to admit this may be a silly question because of my poor understanding of the huge and complex topic, but I really want to ask it because I seriously think about taking NOM as my long-term career goal, so I have to figure out this So the question, during my, I think, my master times, I participated in several industries research programs. Like we went to the germanium, zirconium, phosphate, and coal mines. But I won't say it's a NOM research, but rather than I would say it's a NOM investigation, because all the time we do the samplings of the water, the aerosols, the radon, and we got the data from the laboratory, and then we compare to the reference levels to see it's higher or lower. And then sometimes we go further, we do the dose estimations. But you know, it's more, this process is a little bit like stop in the midway of the research, because I always wonder how to turn investigation to research or to actions, because maybe the structure is more clear in the nuclear facilities. If we get investigation data saying that the something is higher, is not safe, and then we can make thicker shield, we can do some reduction process, or we can even shut down the nuclear facilities. But the same situation, when the same situation happened in the NOM research, like once we went to a village, and the village is very rich because they have the mercury sources underground, and so every family can get mercury in a very easy way, and they just sell the mercury for money. But also the village is very dangerous because the mercury sources underground is associated with uranium. So if you have a gamma detector during the village, you can hear the alarm sound all the time. But after we have researched the village, we got the data, we do the dose estimation, the research is just stopped. We can do further things. We can just forbid them not getting mercury. So this question just went around all the time. What's the next step of the NOM research after investigation?
I guess I'm more on the practitioner side rather than the research side. To me, what popped into my head as I was thinking about that is, so you've got chemical hazards, you've got radiological hazards going on at the same time. That, to me, leads to more of almost an industrial hygiene approach where you've got multiple triggers or multiple hazards. Not being a researcher, I don't know what the next steps are, but I think one thing that's always important with NORM, regardless of the industry, is the recognition that it's not just the radiological, that NORM often comes with numerous chemical hazards. Often the chemical hazards are more dangerous than the radiological. I know our university locally has got a program that's maybe looking more into the environmental side, which might touch on that sort of thing. But I don't know how to initiate further research on that. Maybe through your IRPA involvement?
Yep. Yeah, thanks for the question. Good question. I think that I'll give two answers. The first answer is I'm also an editor on journals, and one of the things that's disappointing sometimes is people won't stop at a certain point. So sometimes it's good enough to get a very good background characterisation and then move on to the next area, rather than then drifting that into excess cancer risks or whatever it is. But sometimes having a really good understanding. So I think there's lots of research opportunities in getting really good baseline information for NORM everywhere. Air, water, soil, plants, etc. One of the key ones is, of course, concentration ratios, and we heard some talks on radiological assessments and not enough concentration ratios. And the second thing is, picking up Kari's point, is the question to you as a researcher: how do you compare the radiological risk and the mercury risk? Mm-hmm. Not many people do that. Yeah. People just go down one path. So you might not be a NORM expert, you might be a risk expert, of which you're an expert in how to compare different risks for different hazards. Hope that answers.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next question. Dr. Andy on.
Thank you. Andy Mail from the UK Environment Agency. I've got quite a fundamental question here, actually. So I'm very interested in the fitness for purpose of the system as a whole, and indeed whether it's meeting its primary aim. So the primary aim of the system is it's dual. It's a dual mission, isn't it? So the first part is an appropriate level of protection. So key word there is appropriate, which will include aspects such as proportionality, for example. And the second part of the mission is without unduly limiting human activity. So it's a question for Jim, really, or any of you after that. Jim's given us some really good examples of perverse outcomes of application of the system and the undue focus on radiation risk, quite often to the exclusion of other risks. So a question to Jim, really, is, do you think the examples you gave are a demonstration that the system is not meeting its primary aim?
Gee, that's a loaded question, isn't it? Sort of. There are a number of yes and no. So I think my conclusion is the system protection is really good. It's really sound. It's how we apply it that sort of messes things up. And particularly once you get down to sort of our level, you end up being driven by the lawyers. Is it radioactive or is it not radioactive? Well, what about, no, you answer my question. And if you've ever been an expert witness for an assessment, it's brutal around that sort of stuff. So one of the outcomes of this week is I think we need to train lawyers to understand the distribution of results. But I would say the system is fit for purpose.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? No? I'll just ask one more norm one then of Carrie, and then I'll have to George for some survey stuff. The framework you presented, Carrie, looks really good in terms of that initial assessment and sort of being able to sort of use the tiered approach. As the exploration develops, as the industry develops, is there a process by which you sort of go back through and revisit it and check that you haven't sort of transitioned between those different tiers? Just you obviously don't want to get locked in the one place.
Yes, there is. So I just presented a very simplified version of the framework for illustrative purposes, but inherent in, so uranium mining is regulated by our nuclear regulator, not by norm, but there is an inherent feedback loop when you're at those top levels that you're always monitoring your workplace, you're always doing exposure monitoring to make sure you stay in the right level. And then down at the lower exposure levels, in the very first categories, there is actually a required feedback loop where you have to do periodic assessments. And for the most part, it would be if you've had a process change, a change to your feed, a change to your waste stream, it would trigger you to look back again and make sure things haven't changed.
Thank you. Any more questions from the room? Just looking around. Otherwise, I have a space-based question, and that is, how are the effects observed in space to astronauts? How might they be relevant for RP back on Earth? What can we learn from what we've observed in space to improve the system back on Earth?
Thank you very much for this question, and I'm very proud to be receiving this question because the question is quite generic. It's very important and targets multiple aspects. And first of all, I'm not the best person to be selected to answer such a very good question because there are several ICRP task groups, they're very good and professional community working on this. But I think what raises attention to this radiological protection in space, these are understanding the fact that this is becoming our today. So for decades, space exploration was really kind of adventure activity, so involving few people, but it's becoming more and more prevalent, and there, you know very much that there are technological developments. There are many plans developed to go beyond the Earth, to go to Moon and beyond. And this brings a lot of practical questions, because today we have heard questions in this audience to the practitioners, people who do everyday work to interpret and to implement the existing radiological protection framework on Earth. And when we are extending our activities beyond the Earth, we're facing the new situation, we face new type of exposures, we face new understanding of the purposes of the protection, and that's why we face many questions which need to be properly studied and answered. And that's why I hope that in more close future than distant, these questions related to the space protection, for the radiological protection of space crew, would become the part of the practitioners have to answer. Okay, sorry if I taken too long and making too generic, but indeed, I'm just was presenting here a very special, concrete topic, and I am fully understanding the interest, and that's why I address all interested people to communicate to ICRP Task Group 115 on radiation risk and protection in space, on the Task Group 118 on radiobiological effectiveness of different type of radiations, and many other related things. So, because there are many professionals working in this direction, and we are hopefully, we are moving, we are progressing, and we very much hope to get good progress on this way. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Nobuyuki-san, maybe you would like to add, perhaps, with regard to some of the matters that Alexander brought up in his presentation regarding stratification of the system.
Thank you. I'm a biologist, so I give you a biological viewpoint. So the radiation field is quite different, but still neutrons from mixed oxide fields in the nuclear power plant, or neutrons, protons, heavy ions in cancer therapy patients, we can use knowledge both for space radiation kind of things and that kind of application on Earth. And to get the radiation weighting factors for various effects, not only for cancer, but also for various tissue reactions, which I have mentioned. And difference is in dose distribution in terms of quality and the temporal distribution. The dose is quite depends on the solar activity and the shielding. Sometimes we can shield, we cannot shield everything, of course. And astronauts or space travelers can know in advance, mostly, dose to be received. So, and in that situation, this is somewhat similar to those who do emergency responses, or some people who will receive just on volunteer basis or work. So in this case, I think individualization or stratification that makes more sense than the general occupational workers. So TG111 on individual responses, the 128 for more individualization stratification. I think it's important to maybe think about the potential different risk with age distribution, sex, and habits, and so on. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Nobuyuki-san. Any more questions from the audience? If not, then perhaps one last final, a comment, yes?
Might be as a follow-up what Nobuyuki-san just said. give an example of the exposures to high LT radiations and space radiation and high energy radiations. One of the features of the radiation in space is the exposure to high energy radiation, and it works paradoxically because that the heavy shielding against such radiation creates higher exposure, higher dose, because producing the more secondary particles which can create larger dose to the human body. So it means that even the shielding and protecting the crew from such type of radiation is really very specific task and requires special attention and consideration, which is very counter-logical solutions might be found in space to what we have used to see at Earth. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. So if there's no further questions from the room, I think just one for us to wrap you up to each of the panelists going across. So given your talks today and your sort of wider interests, what would be your top priority for sort of further the next step to sort of progress the various causes that you were sort of putting forward? What would you like to see sort of happen in the next few months on the back of what you're presenting today? So Jim, so we start with you. Sorry, do you need a mic? Yeah, Jim.
I could start at the other end, but no. One of the things that jumps out to me is the overuse of the word practitioner, and I would really love for that to be taxonomified. So breaking down what we mean by practitioners, because there are practicing practitioners, there are regulatory practitioners, there are research practitioners, there are consulting practitioners, and everyone has a different view. And I really worry that we just say, oh, we've spoken to the practitioners. Who did you speak to? We spoke to some people at a university. Well, that's one view, but there's other people. And I think my final point in my presentation was the practitioners are rough diamonds, and you have to sometimes prize the information out of them, but I think it's really worthwhile.
Okay, as I said, I kind of simplified how we go through the process. For me, one of the things that I've found within at least my local region, working with this industry association and different groups, is that a lot of people don't even know that they have NORM. We might not need large-scale assessments, but there's limited awareness in some industries that NORM exists. That can go two ways. That can be maybe we're missing some hazards. It could also be that when people start hearing about NORM, about things like radon, that they become a little bit overly concerned. And so just knowledge around that, around the true risks and controls and what can be done is something I think that would benefit us. And just one little note that you had said, it's not the system of protection, it's how we apply it and making sure that we apply it in a proportional and graded approach that leads to solutions versus concerns and fears.
Okay, as to myself, given the topic presented today, I personally would be very happy if I could continue discussing aspects of this radiation risk metrics to be applied not only in space, but possibly as a measure of the radiation detriment. And that's why I look towards the very fruitful and inspirational discussions with my colleagues from the task group 122, 115, and that's where we can enrich each other during such productive work. And this is something which I would say I have to be very thankful for such opportunity to work in such rich and inspirational environment. And this is just a personal view. Thank you.
Thank you. I was on the task 112 producing publication 152 on radiation detriment. So Alexander dealt with cancer detriment. I'm also interested in the non-cancer detriment. So some missions to, for example, Mars may be close to 1 civil, which may exceed some threshold for cataracts or other small kind of other tissue reactions. maybe it would be nice to have metrics for non-cancer disease as well.
And Salam, at the end, would you, yeah, please feel free if there's any observations.
There is much for me to add here, so everything I think has been covered and answered all your questions. I just want to highlight to check the posters available outside and check the abstracts submitted.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from the room then, I'd just like to thank our speakers and our rapporteur once again. Thank you very much.
So welcome, everyone. I think we're almost 20 seconds from being right on time here. And welcome to this session 25 on the remediation of legacy sites and waste management. My name is Michael Boyd, or Mike, and I'll be co-chairing with Darcy Campbell. And I'm retired from the US EPA, but I'm still involved with task groups here at ICRP. And I'm going to then now turn it over to Darcy to introduce our rapporteur.
All right, hello everyone. We're going to start out with our rapporteur summary. Sarah Dumit, who is the ICRP Technical Group 121 Mentee, is going to start us off. Over to you, Sarah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. So how can I pass the slides? Should be here. Yeah, so for the posters, we have some great lineup. The first one you can check is poster ID number 75 by Lee et al. And the title is A Study on the Correlation Between Concrete and Particle Beam Types of Large Accelerator Concrete Activation. And they show that activation is not just physics and that chemistry matters too. So it's an interesting one for you to check it out. The second poster by Momet et al. Is ID number 131, and the title is New IAEA Safety Guide on Long-Term Post-Remediation Management. The publication is expected to be out in around 2028, so please check it out. And the key message is when remediation ends, the responsibility continues. For the third poster, ID 159 from Prickly et al., the title is Possible Enhanced Levels of Natural Radioactivity Originating from Norm and Ground Radar Forensics During the Construction Works at the Site of New Cold Storage Dome of a Thermal Power Plant. And they showed that the ground radar and magnetometer scans supported the clean conditions of the site. Then we have poster ID 184 by Jongen Park. The title is The Numerical Modeling of Multi-Phase Carbon-14 Release into the Biosphere. And the conclusion was that better models mean better predictions of long-term radiological impact. So please check out this poster as well. Finally, we have poster ID 222 by Pedersen, Dumbo, and Rotan. The title is Surface Contamination Monitoring in Challenging Nuclear Environments. And the authors have shown that the monitoring brings clarity to high radiation. So you have 5 posters to check it out during the break. In addition, we're going to have 5 phenomenal talks here. So please enjoy session 25 in its fullness with live talks and also the poster session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Our first speaker in this session is Ludovic Vaillant from CEPN in France, and he's also a member of ICRP, and he's going to be talking to us about a publication that is in press now from Task Group 98 on contaminated sites. Ludovic?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the introduction. So the main aim of my talk is to provide you with highlights from the work of ICRP Task Group 98. Few elements of context. The system of radiation protection consider different category of exposure and different situation of exposure. With regards to the situation of exposure, we consider planned exposure situation, emergency, as well as existing exposure situation. Since the publication in 27 of the last set of general recommendation, the Commission has provided a number of reports dealing with existing exposure situation. They are dealing with radon, cosmic rays, norm in industrial processes, as well as management of past accident situation. All these publications are available on the website of ICRP and can be downloaded for free. So, Task Group 98, what was the job of Task Group 98? Our aim is to provide recommendation with regards to the application of the system of radiological protection for the protection of the public, workers, and the environment from exposure which are related to areas contaminated by past activities. Post-accident situation after nuclear emergency was excluded from the scope because it was dealt with Task Group 93 and Publication 146. So let me be clear from the beginning, we are dealing here with an existing exposure situation. Some of the keywords and the key concepts we've been dealing with, existing exposure situation, graded approach, all of that approach, prevailing circumstances, stakeholder engagement, remediation, sustainability, and so on. I will try to provide a bit more details with regards to how these different concepts applied to a situation. And with regards to the timeline, a draft report went for public consultation in 2024. It was approved for publication by the main commission in November 2024, and the document is expected to be published somewhere in 2026. So, existing exposure situation. This definition is taken from publication 103. These are exposure situations that already exist when a decision on control has to be taken. This table 4, is taken from publication 103 also. So when you have a look to existing exposure situation, we deal with public exposure using reference level. We don't deal with medical exposure, and in theory, we do not deal with occupational exposure. Nevertheless, if you have a careful look to what is written below the table, you will see that exposure resulting from long-term remediation work should be treated as part of plain occupational exposure, even the source is existing. So what was the approach of Task Group 98? We recognize that the system is based on science, values, ethics, and experience. We recognize that contaminated areas can encompass a large variety of different types of situations. So we decided to rely on different case studies in order to illustrate a recommendation. This is 5 case studies, establishing soil action levels at the Rocky Flats plant in US, rehabilitation at former nuclear test site at Maralinga in Australia, radium legacy from Switch watch industry in Switzerland, the Tesha River in the Russian Federation, and finally the radium contamination at Dalgety Bay in UK. So I guess that this is not really readable, but this is not an issue. This table is taken from the draft reports, and what you can see is that it aims at illustrating the different type of case we are facing with. We have different type of radionuclides, different type of exposure pathway, different types of level of contamination, different size of the affected areas. We can go from a building, an apartment, up to areas from several thousands of square kilometers in Maralinga, for instance. The objective of the remediation can differ from one case study to another. And finally, and an important aspect, you have a different set of reference values, going from 0.15 millisievert per year in the case of Rocky Flats, up to 5 millisievert per year for Maralinga, and sometimes using a risk criteria for Dalgety Bay. So now let's come to the report and the main points. First things, we are dealing with existing exposure situation. The Commission recommends a graded, all-hazard, and integrated approach for the protection of workers, public, and the environment. Graded approach means that the means of protections are commensurate to the level of risk. Obviously, we need to take into account the views of stakeholders, and specifically the views of those who are affected by the situation. All of that approach, it means that the Commission recognizes that in this situation, it's not only about radionuclides in soil, in water, it's also about chemical substance, carcinogens, heavy metals, and so on. So radiation protection is only one of the aspects of the remediation plan. And finally, integrated approach. We are dealing with risk management, radiological risk management, but there are plenty of aspects and dimensions that must be considered. Cultural aspect, economic, societal, technical, sustainability, waste management, and so on. All this is to be considered in a remediation plan. This figure highlights the proposed scheme for remediation process, which was elaborated by Task Group 98, and it consists in 5 different stages. First stage, recognition that there is an exposure situation and there is an issue we need to deal with. Second stage, which is highly important, I would say, it's a characterization of the situation, which means what are the level of radionuclides in different compartments of the soil, but not only this. If we get back to this all-other approach, what about the chemicals? What about other carcinogens in the environment? And you also need to understand how it works at the local level. Is there any cultural value of the land, like in Maralinga? What about the national context with regards to radioactive waste management and so on? All this is part of the characterization. And finally, with all this information, you can assess the actual level of exposure of the population living in the affected areas. Based on this, you move to the preparation of the remediation action plan. First stage, from an RP point of view, to define a reference level for the protection of the public. And there, it's really important to consider the views of the stakeholders. When you agree on a reference level, there may be different ways to reach the target. What type of techniques? What are the quantity of radioactive waste associated with these techniques? Basically, define different scenarios, and based on a multi-criteria approach, most of the time, where radiation protection is one aspect, select the scenario. And finally, when you have your scenario, implement your scenario. What is important there is to ensure that the conditions you are facing are in line with what you're expecting while doing the remediation. And finally, the last point, when the remediation is achieved, does it fit to the target that we have, and do we need to implement long-term monitoring or institutional control? An important aspect is that this is an existing exposure situation, so the protection strategy must be justified. And one of these strategies, which can be considered, is a no action at all, for instance. And finally, the Commission recognized that waste management is very important, and the way waste are going to management is relating to the national context and national regulatory framework with regard to this aspect. Early, broad, and ongoing stakeholder engagement in the process is really important, and this is almost highlighted in all case studies. In Rocky Flats, the population was involved in defining the best scenario in order to assess the exposure of the population and to select the best possible scenario. In Maralinga, the cultural value of the land was really also taken into account, and that was taking care of the views from the native of the land, for instance. So this is really important if you want to reach a sustainable remediation strategy. Which means sustainable here is that we are not coming back in 20 or 30 years to do the job again. And finally, the reference level. The Commission indicates that the reference level for the public should be selected in the lower range of the 1 to 20 millisievert per year, with the objective, if feasible, if reasonable, to progressively reduce exposure close to 1 millisievert per year as the situation improves with time. And finally, last point is that remediation workers are, in most circumstances, managed as occupationally exposed workers. With this, I would like to thank all the members of Task Group 98, especially two coaches, Mike Boyd and Aya Kanoba in the audience. I have a special thought to Malgorzata Tasniv from the SA, who will come and organize our first meeting. And finally, I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ludovic. So we are going to hold question and answer until the end. So if you have a question, make sure to write it down or hold that thought until all of our presenters have gone. So next we have Chantal Maumard from the IAEA, who's going to be presenting on methodology for the derivation of specific clearance levels.
So good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for your kind introduction.
It's my pleasure today to introduce to you the methodology for derivation of specific clearance levels as developed by the IAEA. And this is work that has been done in great part with my colleague Stephen Lomo, and we both work for the Waste and Environmental Safety section in the Division of Radiation Transport and Safety of the IAEA. So just to set the scene and to remind you what clearance means in terms of IAEA basic safety standards, the standards, or better the international basic safety standards in the framework of the safety standards of the IAEA addresses clearance as clearance of material to be released from regulatory control. And the general criteria are that radiation risks arising from cleared material are sufficiently low as not to warrant regulatory control, but also that continued regulatory control of that material would yield no net benefit. And this has been translated, these general criteria, into radiological criteria to give numbers, to have references to be addressed when looking at the clearance process. For artificial radionuclides, this means that in reasonably foreseeable circumstances, what we call the realistic scenarios, the effective dose should stay in the order of 10 microsievert per year or even less. Whereas for the low probability scenarios, or scenarios that are not very likely to occur, the effective dose should not exceed 1 millisievert in a year. This is for artificially produced radionuclides. However, for radionuclides of natural origin, the dose criterion is estimated to be of the order of 1 millisievert per year, commensurate with typical doses that would be due to natural background, and usually this is done on a case-by-case situation. These general clearance levels are not exactly very conservative, because they have been derived from overall situations and can be seen as overly conservative. But there is also a way to deal with specific circumstances, and so the clearance can be granted by the regulatory body for specific situations on the basis of the same radiological criteria, but where we take into account the physical or chemical form of the disposal and its use means for disposal. And even in these basic safety standards, there is already mentioning that specific clearance levels may be developed for metals or rubble or buildings and waste for disposal. So just to give you an idea how these clearance radiological criteria are somehow translated into practical and operational quantities behind these levels, and you find them in the International Basic Safety Standards in tables at the end of the document. You will see that they are radionuclide specific, especially for radionuclides of artificial origin. A methodology has been developed now about 20 years ago, and that is documented in the Safety Series report on derivation of activity concentration values. That was a document that at the same time has developed exemption levels and clearance levels. And the values of this, of the outcome of these calculations have been grouped together in a safety guide that was then published in 2004, so again 20 years ago. That was known under the RSG 1.7. In the meantime, this has been superseded, and I will come back to the new safety guide in a minute. So you have there the activity concentration levels expressed in becquerels per gram, and the examples that are given there, you recognize typically a cobalt-60, where the clearance level has been derived to be 0.1 becquerel per gram. But for other isotopes, the clearance levels are different, meaning that they're less or more radiotoxic. For instance, within the series of cobalt, you will see other levels, but also if you go to another isotope like nickel-58 or nickel-63, you will see that the activity concentration has been derived and arrives for the same radiological criteria to be 100 becquerels per gram. For the radionuclides of natural origin, the story is a bit different for presenting these results, because they are not based on derivation of specific levels based on scenarios. They have been taken from the world average distribution. These are data provided by UNSCIR, and an upper level has been determined for potassium-40 being 10 becquerels per gram, and for each radionuclide in the uranium decay and thorium decay chain as being 1 becquerel per gram.
So I set this safety guide that grouped together exemption and clearance values, and the concept of it, issued in 2004, has been recently revised as a general safety guide, and has been split into two separate safety guides, one specifically on the concept of clearance, and that's the one of interest to us today, and there's another one on the concept of exemption. So as said before, the general clearance level that you find in the International Basic Safety Standards are based on enveloping and conservative scenarios, and in many cases this is felt overly conservative, and for good reason. So specific clearance, as already mentioned in the IAEA Basic Safety Standards, can be authorized and applied to particular types of material. You can be dealing with only steel, or only concrete, or only metals, or cables, or even soil. It can also be that your material, you know in advance that this will have a specific destination, a specific treatment process, and therefore it could be that you only want to look at processes or scenarios dealing with melting, or dealing with demolition, or even incineration, and so you target really the applications for your specific case. It can also be that you are only dealing with a limited amount, and in that case, it's more advantageous to just consider that amount instead of going to these overall generic clearance levels. So the models that are used for the derivation of the specific situations, so we call them then the specific clearance levels, should however take into account the same exposure pathways as was done for deriving the general clearance levels for the sake of coherency and to be consistent. So that means we look, or for specific clearance, you should also look at both or all the different relevant pathways, being external irradiation, inhalation, direct and indirect ingestion, and also skin contamination. So specific clearance in the framework of the safety standards and the application of regulatory control is a good example of how to apply graded approach to regulatory control of materials and waste. But at the same time, it's also a very important management option for waste management. And that is also clearly identified and mentioned in the general safety requirements on pre-disposal management of radioactive waste, where clearance is considered as a way to enable reduction of the amounts of waste, but also to increase the amounts of waste to be recycled or disposed of in facilities, disposal facilities that are not dedicated to radioactive waste. And in that sense, there is a respect for the waste hierarchy that is being put forward. So the IAEA understood how important this concept is and how powerful it is at the same time. And also based on requests and interests of member states, it started about 10 years ago to develop a project to derive specific clearance levels. And the idea is to provide to member states not numbers like was done for general clearance levels, but this time give them a methodology so that they would be able to derive specifically to their prevailing circumstances, to their specific situation, the most appropriate and best optimized clearance, specific clearance levels. And so that is a project that has started, and I will explain a bit more in detail. So as I said, the identification of the exposure scenarios is the first thing you have to do, but because you will now be dealing with specific treatment options or specific final destinations of your material, so you will have to define and identify specifically sets of specific exposures for recycling, for incineration, or for disposal, and then look at the doses given to workers or the public and make sure that you respect the radiological criteria, the general criteria put forward in the basic safety standards. So when you identify them, you consider what are the realistic exposure scenarios and what are the ones that will occur with a small probability. And then linking back to the GSR Part 3, the basic safety standards, we know that for individuals, we have to respect for artificial radionuclides and realistic scenarios, the order of 10 microsievert or less per year, and that a different criterion applies for low probability scenarios being 1 millisievert in a year. So the approach is completely in line with what has been done in the past for derivation of generic clearance levels and also what is described in the new safety guide on the concept of clearance. So the idea is to evaluate the scenarios relevant to the pathways, to the relevant pathways for workers and members of the public. And these workers are not necessarily radiologically exposed workers because you have cleared the material, so they are considered as members of the public at that time. You look at the short and the long-term impact, and based on that, you determine activity concentration values so that the individual effective dose for reasonable scenarios is not higher than the 10 microsievert, and for low probability does not exceed to 1 millisievert per year. So different methodologies, well, the methodology has been described in detail in a safety report that is under finalization, and we hope to publish this soon. It's a very extensive document. It considers scenarios for metals, and important to note is that it doesn't only look, for instance, if you consider metal being melted, you don't look at the metal product itself, but also all the secondary products to be treated, and you look at the impact that they have when you make the total exposure evaluation. So the focus in this report now is on artificial radionuclides, specifically for decommissioning of nuclear facilities, but also for remediation of areas after nuclear accidents. We have also developed a mathematical tool, because this report and the entire exercise is based on a lot of mathematical equations, not so easy to solve by hand, so therefore we provide also a supporting mathematical tool that is called SCALA, means Specific Clearance Levels Assessment Tool, that will be made available for download, and the good part is that this is meant to customize for the user the key parameters relevant to their specific exposure situation. This is just to give you a flavor of the user interface of the tool. So you will be able to select your specific case of recycling of combustibles or recycling of metals, or you dispose in a specific type of landfill that you have at your disposal in your specific situation. You identify the radionuclides that are applicable to you. You choose your scenario, and you can indicate whether it's a realistic or a low probability one. And last but not least, you can also specify your dose criteria, so you can see what the impact of your dose criteria is on the different clearance levels you want to calculate. So to conclude, specific clearance is a graded approach, but also a very important material management option that contributes to waste management hierarchy, but also to sustainable development. It allows you to implement the principle of circular economy when managing your waste and your material within the safety and radiation protection environment. To facilitate the implementation, the IAEA has developed a methodology that will be documented in an extensive document, but also a methodology and a tool to help the user to calculate and derive its own specific clearance levels. The report is ready for publication. The tool is under testing by selected member states. And last but not least, and this is my very last sentence, but it's an important one, based on the member states' interest, and they have expressed really the need to have not just this tool available for artificial radionuclides, but also specifically for clearance of norm residues that, as I showed at the beginning, there are no scenarios yet developed, but we will be able to use the scenarios here, and by extending the tools and the methodology, we will be able to provide this, given that we have enough financial support to come to a successful project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chantal. And I think it looks like we're going to just have everyone stay up here, but we've changed of plans. Sorry about that. And I should have said at the outset that we're asking you to hold your questions until the end, because I think we're going to have a nice block of time, 15 minutes or so, to have a sort of robust discussion at that point. So now I'd like to introduce Anna Clark from the International Atomic Energy Agency again, to speak on remediation of uranium legacy sites in Central Asia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. First of all, I would like to acknowledge this is the wrong presentation. This is my presentation from the other day. Excellent.
I'll ask in the back of the room, can we get the correct presentation right now, or should we take a minute and we can go out of order if we need to. But
do you want me to?
Let's see if...
Does this count against my 12 minutes that you've given me?
No. We're efficient but not cruel.
I might quote you on that later.
Anna, do you happen to have a copy of your presentation with you? Or I think what we'll do, if it's all right with everyone, is to go. Yeah, we'll fix this. And do you want? Yeah.
Okay, so next we'll have Borja Bravo from EPRI give us a presentation on the quantification of hard-to-detect radionuclides in low and intermediate level waste, specifically looking at improving estimation of technetium-99 and iodine-129.
Thank you very much, Darcy, for your kind introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Anna, if you want, we can share some minutes if you need. So, first of all, I would like to introduce a little bit what EPRI is for those of you that you don't know the organization. So, EPRI stands for Electric Power Research Institute, and it's a non-profit global organization which mission is advancing for a safe, reliable, affordable, and clean energy for the society through global collaboration, science and technology, innovation, and applied research. We support many different sectors and areas, but well, today I will just focus on the initiative that we are working on related to the low and intermediate level waste research focus area. Here you can see some of the titles that the recently completed, in progress and ongoing initiatives and activities within the EPRI's low and intermediate level research focus area. Over the last 3 years, there has been an increased prioritization by our members on this topic, which has led us to initiate a lot of different projects and activities, as you can see here. These projects cover many different subtopics like storage, disposal, characterization, and transportation, but I will just focus on one of our long-term projects, which is the accurate estimation of the technetium and the iodine-129 in nuclear power plants. So when we talk about values, this is not maybe working for the medical sector. Nuclear power plants, low and intermediate level waste. So, as you know, both technetium and iodine, they both have relatively long half-lives, and they both are mobile in wet settings, for example, the groundwater, and that's why they became important for the disposal facilities. Therefore, many regulators have required that these isotopes have to be quantified and characterized for disposal. However, both isotopes are hard to detect radionuclides, and they are typically present in low concentrations in the nuclear sector, which makes challenging to quantify them. So the lower limit of detection of the currently commercially available laboratory analysis for both the technetium and iodine are several orders of magnitude higher than the actual concentrations. So in order to meet the regulatory quantification, the generators, what typically do is to use this level of detection as the actual level of detection for both waste classification or for waste disposal, which is compliant, but compliance does not meet accuracy. That's why we started this project in order to determine a method for nuclear power plants to measure accurately both the technetium and the iodine in their waste streams. On this slide, you can see an illustration, so you can visualize this overestimation. If you take a look on the orange line, you can see which is the standard minimum detectable activity for waste analysis at the current laboratories. But if you take a look on the blue dots, these are measures that were made in the 1990. Some nuclear power plants' recent samples were analyzed using a very sensitive mass spectrometer device in order to estimate what was the actual concentration of the, in this case, the iodine 129. So you can see here the gap. The orange line is about 4 orders of magnitude above the mean activity concentration for the resin samples. So that means that it's almost impossible to estimate the concentration for them. The minimum detectable activity can be slightly lower if we use, for example, environmental samples, but which is the, I don't know if it's clear, but it's the gray line. But, well, it's the only way to get this is using low dose and low activity samples. So both technetium and iodine has been challenging for many time ago. As I said before, in the 1990s, in the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory in the US, they measured these isotopes in order to create a database of the concentrations of both isotopes. Using this database, ICRP developed or determined generic scaling of factor relating all these hard-to-detect radionuclides to easy to detect radionuclides. But lately, some regulators had well, many questions about this approach. Mainly, one question was if samples coming from the 90s were still applicable for operations and materials in the nuclear power plants in 2015. But the good news is that the disposal facility regulators, they expressed their willingness to use generic scaling factors. So that invited the EPRI members to continue working and prioritizing this focus area and to continue working on it. What we have done since then, we have reevaluated the database, and the conclusions that we have made is that all the questions regarding the applicability of the database has to be responded and answered by each site because of it is unique, its operating history, and also more database is needed. So more data are needed in order to establish correlation with confidence. Additionally, EPRI has done an extensive work in order to create or to identify other databases, methods, technologies, and strategies from our members in order to, well, to know more about them. And what we have found is that there are many different approaches, and each approach has its own limitations. Just to mention some of them, in some cases, there is a limited access to the data because the samples that they have, they are not representative enough. In some other situations, the sampling is very difficult to make, and in other cases, it's just because they have to incur in large expenses for analysis. So this is still something that we need to work on. Also, nuclear is expanding around the world, and meanwhile, nuclear is expanding. Many new disposal facilities are being sited, licensed, and constructed. So how the existing facilities nowadays are defining the regulations, we will set a precedent for others, like the future ones. So it's important to define regulation based on sound technical evidence. Also, some alternative disposals and processing options are becoming available. So it's important, in order to have access to as many services as possible, it's important to define all these values using real data and not overestimated ones. As I said before, conservative is compliant, but is not accurate. So this is something that it's good to remind. So with all the information we have up to now, what EPRI is trying to do is to move forward following a three-pronged approach in order to define and determine a method to estimate properly and accurately the concentration of the two isotopes. So first, what we are doing now is collaborating with different commercial laboratories, trying to determine together, well, a way to lower the limit of detection in order to be able to analyze But well, there is one promising but still preliminary finding that seems that if we use an entire sample and we can digest it and analyze just for one isotope, it seems that it can be useful to lower the limit of detection. But it's preliminary, as I've said. So if we finally find a method to lower the limit of detection, then we can update the database using all the data coming from our global members around the world, using their samples not just from the waste samples, but also reactor coolants, because there are some members, some facilities that they don't have access or they have limited access to the waste samples. So for us, it's also a priority to create or develop a method that allows them to also determine this scaling factor using the reactor coolant sampling. And finally, what we want to do is to understand how all facilities around the globe use this low level of detections, how they justify the regulation and their practices in order to be sure that everybody is using both isotopes and the regulations are estimating them and using them properly. That's all, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Borja. I think we're ready, Anna? Take two.
Yay, that looks better, thank you. So I will start again, but this time I definitely want to, as I say, recognize the other authors for this paper. I'm also very lucky that one of them, Chantal, is here, so if you've got any difficult questions, please ask her. And I would say on the face of it, this might look like a presentation on a successful and important program. We're looking at remediation of uranium legacy sites in Central Asia. But actually, it's a bit more than that. I want to use it as a prompt for thinking about how are we getting on with applying the radiation protection system to legacy sites. Is it a success story? Definitely. The story I'm going to tell you is a success story. And more importantly, I think we've got some important lessons to learn. So I'm going to tell you about the Coordination Group for Uranium Legacy Sites, or CEAGLES. It was established in 2012 following concerns raised by member states in Central Asia with uranium legacy sites and also from the international community. CEAGLES really promotes cooperation between the member states with the legacy sites and also with the national and international organizations that are supporting this remediation. The legacy sites that we're talking about stem from uranium mining that took place between the 1940s and the 1990s. And at that time, long-term planning for end-of-life management wasn't really common. So as a consequence, at these sites, we have abandoned mines, we have degraded processing infrastructure, we've got physical hazards like voids affecting people and animals, and we also have elevated exposure to radioactive and toxic materials from the mining residues. So they're all posing ongoing threats to health and the livelihood of people in the area. Also, just to complicate things, these sites are located in seismically active areas where we have the risk of failure of tailings dams. So these embankments designed really to contain all of the residue material from the mining. And a breach of that dam risks contamination of land in countries throughout the Fergana Valley, which is home to 14 million people. It's one of the most densely populated and fertile areas in Central Asia. And importantly, Central Asian member states don't always have the means to deal with this remediation, so how can CEAGLES help? So CEAGLES is really about trying to facilitate information exchange, and coordinate and develop a coherent framework in a number of areas. So strengthening national infrastructure, facilitating capacity building, because the infrastructure on its own needs the right skills, ensuring remediation aligns with our safety standards and good practice, and promoting engagement of interested parties. And all of these are integrated into a strategic master plan. The first was produced, can't read that, 2017, the second 2021. And that approach then allows to make sure that we've got the right priority given to activities and enable the best use of limited resources. So progress so far, work's focused in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, and I'm pleased to say that there's been successful remediation of 4 out of 7 high priority sites from the strategic master plan. There's also a site in Kyrgyzstan, Malusu, which is one of the more complex sites where remediation has been initiated and expected to conclude in 2032. And then there's 2 sites in Tajikistan, one which has been partially remediated and one that's awaiting remediation, actually awaiting funding. And that's despite 100 million euros already being contributed. So the strategic master plan for 2025 is now being signed off actually this week in Uzbekistan. And the plan aims at addressing the funding gaps. So we have a funding gap of 40 million euros to complete those 7 priority sites. Also, there's an increased focus on post-remediation. So making sure we've got clear allocation of responsibilities and adequate resources for getting on with this post-remediation. Because if we don't do post-remediation right, then all the remediation efforts will have been wasted. So it's really to ensure that the remediation is sustained. There's also establishing roadmaps to make sure that each country has what it needs to develop the right capabilities, enhance the national frameworks, and we're also looking at some of the lower priority sites that haven't yet started, seeing how we advance international and bilateral agreements to get those funded. Following the success of Seagull's the remediation of uranium legacy sites in Central Asia, the international community has asked us to extend that into African member states. And so there was a first meeting in 2024 of Seagull's Africa, in which we looked at developing a terms of reference for Seagull's Africa, which was approved, and then really starting to explore what uranium mining looks like in Africa and what the challenges are. Then, late in this year, there's been development of what we call a technical baseline document, which provides an overview of historical and current mining in Africa and starts to do that preliminary identification of where those uranium legacy sites might be and what the risks are that are associated with them. And they're all captured in this technical baseline document, which is again going to be key to prioritization and coordination. Africa, like any region, any country, requires a tailored approach. There's really diversity in the sites, in the geology, in the hydrogeology, in the climate, in the socioeconomic settings, where we've got communities not just living near these sites, but sometimes on the tailings themselves. Again, we see the need for stronger national frameworks, the policies, the strategies, the regulatory frameworks, and the competencies that go with them. We have an opportunity to think about innovative approaches, maybe low-tech, low-maintenance approaches. Again, talking about transparent approaches. We've heard a lot about engaging stakeholders and the need, again, to think about funding. So revisiting this question about are we successfully applying the system, I would say yes. There's been successful remediation of legacy sites in Central Asia, contributing to economic recovery, and the approach has really warranted the extension into Africa. But as we develop into Africa and we develop the strategic master plan, will we take the same approach? Some important reflections. Remediation of complex sites takes a long time, and a lot of things have changed in that period. ICRP publication 103 has come out. The IAEA's basic safety standards, they've come out. GSG 15 on remediation was published in 2022. We're developing recommendations on long-term post-remediation management. You've heard about all the work on clearance. You heard yesterday about work on, or today, about existing exposures. So a lot of changes have happened. And it means that we haven't had things like existing exposure situations considered properly, reference levels really thought through. There's been limited application of clearance levels. And certainly we are kind of getting very used to this idea of focusing on reducing radiological exposures to people in the environment. So taking account of learning from seagulls and even discussions this week, I think we need to think about things like for existing exposures and justification of remediation. Yes, we need to understand the exposures, but we need to do full assessments and understand the full lifetime consequences on the environment, on the society, on the economy. And we may need to do optimization of protection, so comparing some of the protection strategies before we make a decision on justification. The ideas yesterday about the iteration between justification and optimization before we really decide, is this remediation justified, and how do we set the reference level? In terms of clearance, we need to move away from something we heard earlier this week about it's easier to manage the residues as waste than to prove that they aren't waste. We can't have that. So some of the tools that Chantal was talking about are really crucial in that regard. So in summary, we need to consider the full suite of economic, environmental, and social aspects in decision-making, in justification, reference levels, optimization, clearance, etc., to make sure we're not just blindly applying what worked in one country to all countries. So conclusion, we've had great success, and if we apply all the lessons learned and useful things that were discussed this week, we will have success in Africa as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And the speakers so far have done so well that we're going to have a nice amount of time for our discussion at the end. So our last speaker in this session is John Takala, who is with Cameco in Canada. He has over 3 decades of experience in radiation protection in the uranium industry. He's been a member of the WNA's Radiation Protection Working Group for about 20 years. He was a member of Committee 4 from 2013 until 2025. And has been involved in numerous task groups. He is the chair of Task Group 97, which you'll be talking about today, which is now also known as Publication 159 once it hits the street. John, welcome.
Thank you, and I haven't finished my talk, so I'm not sure how much time you'll have. No. So I'll have the background, and I'll talk about the goals and objectives that we were given for TG 97. I'll talk through the highlights of the report and then wrap things up. So just start saying I was been the chair of TG 97 since 2018. The work on the task group started a few years before that, and as I'll just note that there'll probably be my last presentation where I can wear my ICRP hat, which I recently took off as I finished my last term on C4 this past summer. And at a high level, the task we were given was to prepare a publication that clarifies the application of the Commission's recommendations relevant to surface and near surface disposal of radioactive waste, and the report was intended to be a companion to publication 122, which talked about geological disposal of long live solid waste. And publication 122 was published in 2013, and its editorial noted that this is part of ongoing engagement with the waste management community, and there'll be future work on this broad topic. And TG97 was seen as the next obvious work in this regard. And then, of course, there has been important work since publication 122 came out, and I note in particular publication 138 on ethics, which was, I'd say, really quite helpful in helping us as we work through the report. So our goals and objectives, we're looking at how the fundamentals of radiation protection principles are applied over the life cycle of a surface and near surface disposal, also including looking at the transition from planned to existing exposure situation, the case of loss of institutional control, explore the graded approach, and consult with regulators, implementers, and other relevant stakeholders, and then create a new standalone publication that complements publication 122 without unnecessary duplicating it. And then there were some older publications that we were to look at and recent relevant international experience. So looking at the first section of the report, noted that the final management for radioactive waste is emplacement in an engineered facility without the intention of retrieval, disposal, not just storage. And we also discussed how really at the broader level, waste management refers to the entire process from generation right to that last step. So those upstream steps can impact what you have to deal with in disposal, and this whole system should be looked at the beginning of the process. And all exposure situations offer the prospect of generating waste, and the management of a near-surface facility largely follows the principles and practices applicable for a planned exposure situation. So that would be the default. We have to take into appropriate considerations of time frames and uncertainties. The report itself focuses on the recommendations applying to design, construction, operation, closure, and post-closure. And while the previous slide had noted the entire cycle can impact disposal and what you have to deal with, the report itself doesn't explicitly consider that pre-disposal management, nor is any specific guidance on siting provided. The next section of the report, we talk about waste types, management options for near-surface disposal, because there's quite a wide variety of waste types, and then the different phases of a near-surface disposal facility, which we summarized in this graphic dividing between pre-operational, operational, and post-closure. The top part looking at the life cycle activities with the specific decision points that will need to be made. And then the bottom part looking at the related protection activities throughout the life cycle. Then we move to the application of the system of protection, starting with the principles and ethical considerations, exposure situations, dose risk concepts, et cetera, going down. And this was got some early feedback in that because there's really two communities for our report. There's the RP community, but also the waste management community. And some of the early feedback from some of the waste management people who were less familiar with exposure situations, for example, they took offense at the term planned exposure situation. Well, you can't be planning to expose people from this facility. That's the whole purpose, is to prevent that. So it was a good reminder that we needed to explain our terminology through the lens of a near-surface disposal facility. And then we had a summary of this, looking at the life cycle stages, the activity scenario, the protective approach, and the optimization criteria through the different phases. And then into the implementation of the system, covering the pre-operational, operational, post-closure, and then noting protection in particular circumstances, in particular a naturally disruptive event and inadvertent human intrusion. And just end with the main points, briefly summarize them in my last couple of minutes here. So the systems applied for surface and near surface disposal in the context of a planned exposure situation, and needs to look at the possible exposures to humans in the environment with the expected evolution of the facility. And this is included in the design basis, and this should be done as a planned exposure situation. We spent quite a bit of time talking about optimization in the report, and this is essential through all of the phases of the facility, with particular importance in the design phase, as this will determine the performance of the facility in the operational, but particularly that post-closure time frame. And the optimization has to be understood in this broadest sense. It's iterative, systematic, and a transparent evaluation of the protective options for both humans and the environment. And that transparent evaluation gets into the next point here about setting up appropriate mechanisms for formal and structured dialogue between regulator, operator, and the stakeholders. And this needs to be established as early as possible. And the ethical values in the dialogue are important, and this can be useful at promoting shared understanding. And we talk about how the procedural ethical values need to keep that front and center to have success in this process. And then there'll be uncertainties associated with future exposures, and you must consider both the magnitude and the likelihood, and the scenarios involving human intrusion, which we discuss in the report, require special consideration. And as Mike noted, this will be published, I've been promised for a while now, but in the coming months as publication 159. I'd like to thank my fellow TG members, ICRP reviewers, those on Committee 4, where we discussed the report extensively, and in particular the many comments during the consultation process. We received, there's a great deal of interest in the report, and they were the public consultation, both pre-consultation from the special liaison organizations, and then the larger public consultation really did help improve the report. And finally, I'll just put a picture of some of TG members on a visit earlier to the Fukushima areas. We were helping to inform ourselves some of the practicalities involved in surface disposal of low-level radioactive waste. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And again, thanks to the speakers for giving us a nice amount of time here. I think we can start with your questions to individual speakers. If you have comments, questions, points for clarification. But then I think we'll move, once we've gone through your questions, if we do have the time, we'll proceed with some sort of discussions among among ourselves and you about where the system, you know, have we solved all the problems, and in terms of the issues that were raised today, and are there suggestions you have for moving forward? So I think we'll use up the time wisely, but Darcy, maybe you can help me look for questions.
Oh, yep, and then we'll start in the back.
Thank you. Volodymyr Berkovsky, Committee 2 of ICRP, and my question to IAEA colleagues, actually two questions. First, whether you apply the dataset, huge dataset provided by ICRP as a dose coefficients in derivation of the specific clearance levels. And for us, it's clear that each radionuclide associated with a really huge range of dose coefficients, we provide at least several dozens for a given material. And definitely speciation in the environment is also an issue. Whether you use it. And second question, I believe associated, what is the fortune of the revision of IAEA Safety Report 19, which is about this subject? Thank you.
And you all should have microphones on your side tables. Nope, okay, then I can donate mine to the class.
So I take the first question for me about the dose coefficients. Yes, we use the ICRP dose coefficients just like they were used in the derivation of the generic clearance levels. We don't change for now the dose coefficients. But in the mathematical tool, it is perfectly possible to adapt to dose coefficients if we would like to wish to do so, or if a specific member state wants to explore different dose coefficients, maybe revisions or whatever. It's made modular and customizable, so it is possible and foreseen in the tool, I would say. But we want to have coherence with the generic clearance levels, and therefore, in a first approach, we use the same dose coefficients as were used in the past. The second question, I'm not sure that was for me because it was...
His second question was about safety report, revision of safety report 19, which is about radiological assessments.
I'm not aware of the revision of that report.
I'm sorry, what's the question about it?
IAEA has safety report 19,
yeah,
which is about radiological assessments of radionuclides in the environment. And specific clearance level really is about this. If you assess specific clearance levels, probably materials from 19, which is rather old report, should be reconsidered. I know there is a draft material for reconsideration. Whether it will be published, my knowledge, it was 3 volumes of this material.
I think it's still work in progress, from what I know, and we have not been discussing your specific question yet.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you for the question. It's an interesting point.
Others? A microphone's coming.
Thank you. Can you speak really slowly, because it's quite hard to hear up here.
I got you. Also, my accent. Yeah. Thank you for the great presentations, everyone. So I have a comment and a question. My comment being that if you're looking at new techniques or improved techniques for analyzing radionuclides, the best resources are the global and regional laboratory networks, because they are really fantastic ways to bounce ideas off the experts and get the improvement that you're looking for the fastest way possible. So my question is actually to Chantal. When we're looking at the Scala calculation tool and the concept of the reasonably foreseeable circumstances or scenarios, there is a certain amount of perception or judgment around that. How are you making that easier to apply for member states who are new to this area? Because that can be quite difficult.
Yes, thank you for your question. Indeed, on purpose avoid to give specific clearance levels for specific situations because we want to give the member states the opportunity to customize to their situation. But you're right, it's not easy to get those parameters. If you are dealing with a melting facility or a furnace, it's really not easy to have the appropriate factors. So within the document, the safety report, we're giving examples. Okay, so people can somehow base their I would say, modeling on given examples and see if that would fit into their own situation. But it's up to the user to take the parameter that he thinks fits best. But we give some guidance in that respect. But it's just an example and not like a prescribed value that we want to give.
Yeah, but if it looks familiar to what they're used to, that makes that process a lot easier.
Exactly, yeah. So there are plenty of examples there so that people can fight their way a bit in that area, let's say.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I can just add, there's also the MAREA program, so methods for radiological and environmental impact assessments. So it's not related to specific clearance specifically. However, it is pulling together a huge array of both real experts in REIA and also people in early careers to look at what does a radiological environmental impact assessment look like? And clearly that does involve thinking, well, what are the exposure pathways? And I think it's an incredibly valuable program. If you're not signed up, please do. Thank you.
Are there questions?
Thank you very much for the talks, very interesting. I just wanted to ask Anna a question around the Seagull's work. Obviously you mentioned a little about chemical and radiological risks, but I'm just wondering practically how they tie up in the work you're doing, and also thinking about risks to the environment as well. And also you mentioned the funding, I think you said $100 million. It doesn't sound like a lot once you start doing practical remediation, so I just wondered if you got a view on whether that is enough funding. Thank you.
I can answer the second one first. No, it isn't enough. So 100 million euros, yeah, maybe it doesn't seem like a lot of money to advanced countries, but for a lot of our member states, those resources don't exist, so it's a lot of money. And as a consequence, I think it's really important that going forward, as we are looking at the justification of remediation and the optimization of remediation, it really impacts the funding as well. Because if we can't tell people we should do this remediation and we've optimized it, how on earth are we going to get the funding? So yeah, we've got this 40 million euro gap just to deal with the 7 priority sites that finished with those at the moment, and we're going to need more for the other sites in Central Asia. We haven't even started for Africa yet. So it's the funding is a big issue, which is why I have to talk about it in places like this, because we need help. In terms of the looking at the radiological, chemical, and so on, I mean, Chantal may add something, but it's no surprise that it's quite often the sort of toxic elements, the physical hazards that are actually more of an issue than the radiological side of things. So they do have to be balanced. And again, I think in the past it's quite easy to go in and focus on radioactivity because that's what we're trained to do. But we do have to take account of these broader impacts. Chantal, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, no, I agree with what you say, and maybe just to add something. So as you saw, most of the work is already quite well advanced in these on these priority sites. So we're moving more and more into the post-remediation management phase, where other regulators will be in charge, and there is this kind of transfer of responsibilities. And I think that's now the major focus of the work there, is to help them to put in place a regulatory framework to make sure that all the efforts that have been done in remediation, and not only for the radiological aspects, but also the stability, the hazards like the seismic active area and so on, to make sure that everybody is aware of what has been done there and takes up his responsibility in the next step of the post-remediation phase. And we certainly try to help them to identify the regulators and the regulations that should be put in place to assure sustainable remediation there.
Other questions?
I'll keep this going. Just a question in the context of waste management or legacy site remediation. Let's discuss for a minute the role or lack thereof of assessments of potential exposures. I think Anna mentioned the issue of seismic activity, and is there anything you'd like to discuss about how, what sometimes we refer to as high-risk, low-probability events, or anything that could be classified as potential would play a role in the subjects you've raised today? Just.
We did talk about that, and in the sense of in the extreme events, so that, and what's extreme event at site A may be less extreme at site B, and if it was considered to be, we'll say a seismic event in some locales could be considered extreme, and then would be considered beyond design basis, not doing necessarily formal optimization, but there may be use in some sort of stylized bounding calculations to see if there's something in the design that could be improved or looked at. But if it was considered not extreme, then considered in the context of a potential existing exposure situation. So that was the guidance that we had settled in, and I think that you'd see echoes of those thoughts, I think, in the TG98 report.
Yeah, and then I suppose in terms of remediation and the sorts of exposures we're talking about, obviously we're trying to get rid of those that are already there, and then all of the others are potential exposures, really. And yes, we talk about the fact that they are low probability, high consequence events like these seismic events, but ultimately you're looking at all of the potential exposures to think, well, how could they come about? What is it that I could do to limit that? And we have to keep on coming back to this point of, okay, let's take a graded approach. Let's really think about the consequences if those events were to happen. In remediation, I guess it's slightly different because on the whole, the doses are lower than you're talking about in waste disposal, but it's fundamentally the same thing. What could happen and what can we do to prevent it? Take a graded approach. It's a hard question though, Mike. Thanks.
Maybe just briefly, as I presented within the philosophy of the derivation of the specific clearance or general clearance levels, we have these realistic scenarios, and then we look at the low probability scenarios to make sure we edge the risk. So it's kind of part of the mechanism of derivation of clearance levels. But this is not necessarily the low level high risk, but it's just a way to edge against unforeseen low probability events.
A follow-up question in the back.
Thank you. It's me again. My question specifically to John, probably others can comment also. Traditionally, it's classical approach. We consider just unintended human intrusion, and all intended stuff's just out of consideration. Well, be Ukrainian, live in a new reality, and now crystal clear, we already had plenty of events when intended human intrusions, in Chernobyl zone specifically, was a reality. Whether you still continue to promote this in your report, just unintended human intrusion and intended out of scope, or it's new approach?
So we said in the report, and I think our thinking was clarified with one of the public comments, not dissimilar, or along the same lines, but there is a distinction. So an intended human intrusion, in a sense, is that those that are doing that, now we were thinking of somebody on the site intentionally going in, that's not covered by the system of protection. They have to deal with the consequences. However, that intended human intrusion, then for those in the surrounding area, that then becomes an inadvertent, for them, intrusion, and then that would have to be considered in the context of potentially an existing exposure situation at some point. So for those doing it, the guys that decide to dig it up intentionally, knowingly, it's hard to apply the system of protection to them. But for the, which, in a malicious or wartime situation, it's different. And that would be, we'd consider that an inadvertent human intrusion for others, so then it would be dealt with in that context. I hope that helps.
Oh, we have a question over on the side.
Thank you. Andy Mail from Committee 4 and the UK Environment Agency. So question for probably Anna and John, actually. So this question's about the more sort of chronic effects in terms of external events rather than kind of extreme events. So I've got in mind the sort of chronic effects of like climate change, for example. So I just wondered, John, actually, if you can remind us to what extent your work's taken into account the potential siting of facilities which we know with a reasonable degree of certainty will be at some point in the future subject to things like sea level rise or coastal change for coastal sites. So can you say a bit about how you factor in that kind of chronic external hazard impact? Thank you.
So for the expected evolution of a facility, so what you're laying out where you think that might be, that would be considered in the context of a planned exposure situation, and then applying the appropriate optimization constraints. So it should be considered. So that was, if it was expected, considered as part of the planned exposure situation, with the expectation that yes, there will be some evolution of the environment, and to the extent that it can be anticipated, that should be part of the planning and optimization process.
Thank you for that question, Andy. And it reminds me that in our Task Group 98 case study on Dalgety Bay in Scotland, that in fact the source of the hot particles, as I understand it, is sort of an intrusion of the sea into an area that was actually buried, and now the hot particles are showing up on the beach, and obviously that was not anticipated when it was put in place there. So maybe read our report when it comes out. And Darcy, you had a question?
Yeah, so one of the things Anna mentioned at the end is we can't just keep calling everything waste as the default. And Borja mentioned as well that conservative doesn't necessarily mean accurate. But I think when we look at decommissioning sites, one of the most time-consuming processes is like the negotiation and alignment between the licensee and the regulator. So when it comes to IAEA and ICRP documents, I'm curious your perspective of how these can kind of bridge the gap and get alignment between all the different entities when it comes to remediation and decommissioning and waste disposal.
So I would say that the radiation protection system as it exists has pretty much everything we need in it to prompt the right discussion. I think the problem comes in the application. And I think the problem comes in the application because we've got examples like you just described from Dalgety Bay when maybe the conversation didn't happen at the right time. And so we've got these bad examples and everybody thinks it's going to happen again. We have to change the mindset. We have to make sure that conversations about decommissioning and waste, etc., happen at the start, during the design phase, not left as an afterthought. I think we also have to think not just about the radiation protection aspects, that is clearly essential, and yet there's so many other factors. Like I spoke about in my presentation the other day, we need to think about the broader aspects of sustainability in terms of the environment, society, and economy. And we have to make it okay to have that conversation. We have to make it okay that regulators are expecting our safety practitioners to be doing that broader assessment and thinking about, should that really be waste? Is there an opportunity for me to keep that resource in circulation and carry on getting some value from that particular resource? And it's not comfortable because it's a lot easier to say, oh, we'll just keep reducing the doses. It isn't comfortable. It's a difficult conversation. And that's really why within IAEA, we're trying to help member states think about how to apply the system that I think is, as I say, has got all the right things in it. It's just how do we apply it in a way that really works for the planet and for the safety within that.
I think there is no magic recipe. It's pretty hard to find, to reach a consensus between different actors with different values, with different role, with different responsibility and so on. Nevertheless, I think that for some times in the past, with regards to remediation of nuclear sites or whatever, the main focus was becquerels, the main focus was millisieverts, and that was the only point of discussion. Moving forward, sustainable development, and there was a very good presentation, and considering not only the dose criteria, the remaining radioactivity, but considering also social, economical, and environmental aspect as a whole, with a number of sub-criteria and so on, it really allows to build together better solutions. I'm not saying that you're going to reach a full consensus, because there are people with, political agenda and so on. You will never convince them. But still, what is really important, in my view, is those people who are affected, those who live in these areas, their views should be considered for sure. And you may reach, I think, more sustainable development when you embark them with you, because the idea is not, in 30 years again, to come back and to say, hey, we have an issue because we leave a bit of becquerel there. Building the process to other criteria, make it more difficult from a technical dialogue perspective, but there are a number of tools on the NDA value framework and so on. Many examples such as the Chores and State in UK and so on, and relying on experience and good experience. And we have a lot, what John Till has written about fraciflates and so on. A lot of lessons learned already from the past and helping to really move forward.
Thank you. All right, we've come to the end of our session, so let's give our speakers one last round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your attention and participation, and we will now go on break for 30 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Oh, I go a little bit further away. We like to welcome you to session 28, application number 4 today. My name is Claudia Engelhardt. I'm the Deputy Director General of the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, and I'm the Head of Radiation Protection in our ministry. First of all, before I hand over to my colleague, my co-chair, I'd like to tell you something about our session today. We will start first with our rapporteur, showing us what's outside today. Then we will have 2 presenters of presentations today, and then we will go to the second part of the session where we have 7 colleagues who are presenting us very shortly their main issues, and then we have a short question and answer session with interviews. So I'd like to hand over. Thanks a lot.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Julie Burt. I'm a Radiation and Health Sciences Specialist for the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. So happy to be here co-chairing today. All of you are so very lucky because you are on Team Claudia and Team Julie. And so today I'm going to take care of you. We are going to end 5 minutes early. but you have to move quickly, don't run, quickly and directly to Roma 2 for the closing ceremonies. So they've rearranged the room so that we can all fit, but we want to beat Roma 1 so that we make sure that Roma 3 gets our seats. Okay, that's the plan. And so we'll be very mindful of the clock. And so I would like to invite our rapporteur, Donovan Anderson. He is assistant professor at the Institute of Radiation Emergency Medicine, Hirosaki University in Japan, and he specializes in radiation biology, environmental radioactivity, and cytogenetic biodosimetry. So thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. It's glad to see the room is still full, even though it's almost the last session, best number 28. So today I will give a quick review of the wonderful posters that hopefully you've already saw and talked to the speakers and enjoyed that. And just a quick overview, the whole conference, I think some of the rapporteurs also had this information, but there was a total of 164 posters. I was late to the online meeting, so I don't know if that's updated, but to the time difference. But our session at the bottom, which is hard to see, we had 5 submitted posters, so I think in the 5 minutes I can go over each of the main findings for each of those. But the unique thing is that all 5 posters are from different countries, so we have good representation. So from Canada, South Korea, South Africa, the UAE, and also Russia. And I looked at all of the abstracts ahead of time, and I just looked at all the key words that were mentioned in all of the abstracts, and it's very clear why these abstracts were selected and to be presented here at ICRP, because they all incorporate the main things for ICRP. And so also we have, of course, radiation protection, regulation, regulatory, dose exposure, occupational workers, so everything that's important for ICRP. And all of them had all those main findings. So using regulation and monitoring and how we can improve to protect the public, protect workers, and of course the environment. So the first abstract, again, so I highly recommend you get you look at the posters yourself, either online or talk with the researchers, because this is just how I took the main findings from when I saw the posters and read the abstracts. But I think this first poster from Korea, so they are looking at a new way to have a 5-step methodology for designating radiation-controlled areas and nuclear power plants. And so how you can limit each step and help limit dose to your occupational dose for your workers. And then the next is actually from the Cousins Award winner last year, or 2 years ago, and they had the very important presentation about the occupational for pregnant workers, and very important for, well, it's overlapping, so it's my fault for the landscape, but the very important results to make sure you're keeping the registration and all the records for all your workers. And then the next poster from Canada, so this is from Benjamin, and this is very important, the survey from Task Group 126. So their global their main finding, I thought, was that the implementation of Publication 62 in medical research is highly inconsistent with differences in dose constraints, ethic oversight, and training. So ICRP, it is all overlapped, I apologize, that's okay. And needs to have a more holistic approach. So it's including a lot of the new things, and I think a lot of the integrative, interdisciplinary research and all the different backgrounds are needed when we look at surveys. So I think they got a lot of volunteers from different countries to improve the ICRP regulations. And this is a very large data set from Saudi Arabia. They are creating a registry platform with a very long-term dose records over 30 years. So they are doing much better, I think, than some countries with a big data set, and they're able to get individual dose records, and they're going to be able to make sure that their occupational force is safe and use that data to make regulatory and monitoring practices even better. So I think it'll be very important to use this database, especially when it's available. And then last, this poster, when I did the review, wasn't available, but the abstract was. So I apologize if I didn't update it yet, but they are looking at the nuclear power plant during normal operations for LWRs, and looking at the generation of different noble gases and how we need to maintain and protect the public, environment, and protection of the environment, workers, and the public, and how we can regulate those different operations when the power plant is running and control the emissions and make it more efficient, as some nuclear power plants, especially in different countries, are being turned on and things like that. So, but yes, thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. So again, please, I don't know if there's a chance to look at posters, but online you can view everything, so you can do that. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Donovan. So then we start to the next part of our session, to the speakers. So as the first speaker, I'd like to welcome Alena Nikalenko. Please come to the floor. Alena, she's the head of the Radiation Safety Laboratory of the Ministry of Health in the Republic of Belarus. She is a scientific secretary of the National Commission on Radiation Protection under the Council of Ministries of the Republic of Belarus. She is as well a chief of the branch of the Ministry of Health Crisis Center of Response to Nuclear and Radiation Emergency. And in total, I can say she has about 25 years of experience in radiation protection. So thanks a lot. The floor is yours.
Dear Chair and dear symposium participants, I am grateful for ICRP on opportunity to present Belarusian experience on implementing the dose constraint concept in the Belarusian regulatory system. The dose constraint concept have been introduced step by step to our national legislation accordance with ICRP publication and IAA GSR Part 3 requirements. We start this work in 2012 here. The ICRP publication 103 and IAA Basic Safety Standard GSR Part 3 highlighted the use of those constraints as the key aspect of optimization of radiation protection process, thus setting the task for regulations to enhance implementation of those constraints into national regulatory system. In Belarus, like in many other countries, this is done by establishing appropriate requirements and at our regulations as the radiation hardening standards that were started to develop and approved by the Ministry of Health in 2012. Ministry of Health in our country, the regulator on radiation safety. And Ministry issues document on permitting work with the source to operator. This document the same like license. In 2019, the dose constraint concept was reflected to our law on radiation safety. The law authorized Ministry of Health to set up a produce for establishing and application of those constraints in the radiation protection system. Therefore, the Ministry of Health developed and approved 3 documents. You can see on the slide. These documents regulation on procedure for establishing and application those constraints, and 2 guides on setting those constraints for workers and public during normal operation of Belarusian nuclear power plant. According to those constraint regulations, those constraints must be used within the context of optimization of radiation protection related to a given source of ionizing radiation. Those constraints shall be established for public exposure from all nuclear facilities and those at radiation facilities which could give rise to exposure of members of public with individual dose higher than 10 microsievert per year, in consideration of all likely exposure pathways. For exposure of all radiation workers at nuclear facilities and those at radiation facilities whose work with open sources is classified as first or second classes, or working with sealed radiation sources or first and second safety categories. For careers and persons exposed in biomedical research, in case of medical exposure. Those constraints are set as one or more of the following values. For public, annual effective dose of representative person and risk constraints for exposure to a single specified source. For workers, annual effective dose of standard worker and annual equivalent doses to organs or tissues. And risk constraint. Sorry, next. The dose constraint regulation clearly defines the responsibilities of the source operator and the regulator. In our country, Gossannadzor. For establishing those constraints as summarized in the table. In all cases, there is a need to provide Gossannadzor with the justification materials which demonstrate that design and shielding specification of the facility ensure compliance with the proposed DC value. As the design phase of the facility, the value of those constraints for public is developed by the design organization with future operator and then approved by regulator, Gossannadzor in our country. In operated phase, the draft values of DC for the public and workers are developed by the operator on the basis of assessing the actual and predicted exposure doses. Draft dose constraints values, along with the supporting documents, are reviewed by the regulator experts who approve those constraints value for use by operator in optimization process. The responsibilities on determining and approval of those constraint values for workers lie with operator, who should demonstrate to regulator the compliance of the facility with proposed dose constraint. Regulator advises and gives formal agreement on those constraints value based on the result of expertise. The same approach is adopted for setting those constraints in the design and operation phases. The responsibilities on determining and approval of those constraint values for workers lie with operator, who should demonstrate to regulation. DC values can be revised, for example, in situations where existing facilities are being upgraded or modified, new equipment is being installed in existing facilities. In the event of DC values being exceeded, the source operator shall inform the regulator on this situation And in our case, Gosan Atamnazor, about taking corrective measures. Violation is not exceeding of the DC, but if measures are not taken. Based on the regulations to guide to setting those constraints for workers and public during normal operation of Belarusian nuclear power plant has been developed and approved by Ministry of Health in 2021. These guides include algorithms and methods for setting those constraints, determination of staff categories, groups, workers groups, and representative person, those assessment, and those constraint calculation and determination. At the design stage, those constraints can be established on result of assessment of best practice of the same nuclear power plant that have to include the analysis data on population and workers' exposure for the best practice, analysis of exposure doses for the period at least 5 years, last 5 years, a comparative analysis of doses and parameters characterizing the radiation situation at the facility, determining the dose constraints for a given group of workers based on the exposure doses of the standard worker and for population based on doses of representative person. At operation stage, those constraints be established on the retrospective analysis of nuclear power plant and comparative analysis with the best practice of a nuclear power plant with the same situation that have to include for workers and population, retrospective analysis of individual exposure doses of workers and exposure doses of representative person from population for last 5 years, comparative analysis of doses and radiation situation in the nuclear power plant and the same nuclear power plant, selection of the most exposed workers groups at the nuclear power plant, calculation of pre-dedicated doses of identified worker groups based on doses for standard worker at current operation conditions and after optimization protective measures implementation, as for best practice or introducing new protection measures. Calculation and analysis of predicted doses from discharges, considering discharges conditions before and after optimizing protective measure implementation. For example, as a result for dose constraint revision, for Belarusian nuclear power plant workers, the effective dose of workers' second group were reduced by 4 millisievert from 5 to 1 millisievert per year. And the dose constraint effective dose of second group became the same as in third group and stay 1 millisievert. There is example form of those constraints for workers endorsement by regulation, and we have the similar form for those constraint population approved by Gosanadzor. Sorry. And for summary, the Belarus long-term experience has shown that those constraint concept implementation on national level is a complex and multi-stage process. There are inconsistencies between ICRP recommendations and national regulation, which as a rule complicate the process and do not allow to ensure a better follow-up of the ICRP recommendations. Nevertheless, the success of the DC concept implementation have been demonstrated. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Elena, for your overview, how you implemented those constraints in the Belarus regulatory system. We will have questions together with your colleagues. Thanks a lot again. I thought we do the two together?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Or we could also ask questions now. Are there any questions for Elena in the podium, in the audience? No question? Can you?
I'm not an expert, so forgive me if this is a naive question. How long does it take to do this retrospective analysis for dose constraint for the public? Because I feel like for workers it's a bit more an immediate indicator. And so for the public, how far into the future would you know that something has been exceeded and then actioned and then fixed?
Now, for example, for our Belarusian nuclear power plant, dose constraints for the public, 100 millisievert per year. These dose constraints have been approved by Ministry of Health before the construction of nuclear power plant. In the future, if it will be more, maybe another nuclear facilities on this place or for another nuclear power plants, of course those constraints for the public have to be revised.
Okay, I don't see another question, so thanks a lot again. Thank you. Do you want?
Great, so we're going to invite our next speaker, Soichiro Nagumatsu, a government official with a background in science, and over the course of their career has been responsible for a wide range of areas, including food safety, infectious diseases, and public health. And although they are new to radiation protection, he does have a considerable experience in interministerial coordination, consensus building, and bridging science with policy. And so you can, we'll get the slides. There we go. And the floor is yours.
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soichiro Nagamatsu from Nuclear Regulation Authority of Japan. And it's a great honor to present our work on the new policy framework for the managing naturally occurring radioactive materials, or NORM, developed by the Japan Radiation Council. And this framework represents Japan's policy response to the ICRP 2007 recommendations. So let me begin with international context. So according to ICRP 2007 recommendations, exposure from NORM is classified as an existing exposure situation. The IAEA GSR Part 3 adds that when NORM is managed within industrial processes, it may be also treated as a planned exposure situation. But both documents emphasize optimization and reference levels, encourages countries to adopt the flexible national frameworks that we call the graded approach. In addition, in 2019, ICRP Publication 142, Radiological Protection from NORM in Industrial Process, provided much more detailed information. And this document became the foundation for recent discussion in Japan. So let me explain. Japan has some unique characteristics. First, geographically, uranium and thorium concentration are very low, so that NORM rarely becomes a problem. And industrially, Japan imports almost all crude oil and mineral resources, and refining or primary processing is done abroad, so domestic concentration of NORM are very limited. And consequently, public and industry's awareness of NORM has been very, very low. So in Japan, several ministries share responsibilities. First, a Nuclear Regulation Authority regulates nuclear materials and radioisotopes. Ministry of Labor manages occupational protection, and the Ministry of the Environment oversees waste other than radioactive waste, and the Ministry of Economy promotes industrial development. So NORM has long remained outside of the existing legal framework. So let me explain about the Radiation Council. This is independent advisory body under the Nuclear Regulation Authority, and it consists of 15 scientists, experts in the field as radiation protection, medicine, occupational health, and risk science. Its mission is to review radiation-related regulation scientifically and to provide policy recommendations. And this norm framework was developed through their collective scientific discussion. So let me explain a new norm policy framework. The motivation comes from unfinished task in implementing ICRP 2007 recommendations. Over the 5 years, the Radiation Council reviews the previous guidelines, examines the relevant researches, and discussed how to adapt these concepts into the Japanese circumstance. As a result, the Council concluded that norm should not be newly regulated, and it should be managed primarily through the operator's self-management. And the Council established the new classification systems for norm and defined national reference level reflecting Japan's context. This table, very busy table, but shows one of the main achievements of the Council. We classified norm into 6 categories based on the industrial processes. From A to D, these categories follow the production flow from natural resources, raw materials, byproduct, and final product. There are 2 exceptions in this classification. Category E covers nuclear materials, and category F refers to radon. For each category, we set radiological protection principle, that is, a target population for protection, the exposure situation, exposure category, and reference level to be applied. And this slide is another achievement of the Council. We propose 6 voluntary measurement actions for operators. First, information gathering. Operators are encouraged to refer to national norm database to set potential exposure levels, estimate potential exposure levels. Second, setting reference levels. So based on the national recommendation of the less than a few mil-sievert per year, operators establish their own internal reference levels. And third, dose measurement. When materials are stored for a long period, periodical dose monitoring should be conducted. And fourth, notification and isolation. If elevated dose rates are detected, warning signs or barriers should be applied. And fifth, consultation with experts. When the situation is difficult to assess, advice from radiation protection professionals should be sought. And finally, education and training. Workers should regularly receive the instruction on basic radiation knowledge and share handling practice, safe handling practice. And altogether, these 6 actions reflect a graded and practical approach and suitable for industry dealing with low-risk norm situations. And this slide shows one of the most important points in our discussion. The Council emphasized that reference level should be translated into the practical terms so that each operator can be easily use them for daily management. First, we established the 3 layers of reference level. those defined by the international organization, and those recommended by the Radiation Council, and those developed by each operator. Second, because ICRP, IAEA, and WHO have proposed different numerical reference levels, the Council decided to determine the national reference level that reflects Japan's specific background. And third, the Council encouraged operators to set their own reference level for voluntary self-management and to express them in more practical units, that is, in microsievert per hour instead of millisievert per year. And this approach helps bridge scientific recommendation and real-world practice. And this norm policy framework has several important policies. First, from a domestic perspective, it provides clearly on whether norms should be regulated or managed voluntarily. It helps both government and industry understand where regulatory control is needed and where self-management is appropriate. And second, from international perspective, it represents Japan's policy response to the ICRP and IAEA's call for flexible country-specific approach to managing norms. It demonstrates how global principles can be adapted within national context. And finally, looking ahead, we aim to strengthen communication with industry, local government, and the public. We also need to gather more information from real-world past practice to ensure that our framework remains practical and effective. In conclusion, Japan's experience offers a practical case study in establishing a policy framework for managing norms, particularly in situations where scientific risks are low. And it clearly highlights the importance of shared responsibility and close collaboration among the government, industry, and the public. And we believe that Japan's approach can be served as a valuable reference for the other countries seeking to strike the right balance between regulatory control and voluntary initiatives. In short, effective radiation protection is not only about the setting limit. It is about building trust, transparency, and partnership among all stakeholders. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Are there any questions in the audience? Can I see? Yes. There too. Start first and then.
Okay, thank you for this presentation. Just a short question. You presented together norm and radon. That means your regulation have been defined for both together, while it seems to me that for radon, notably the way the decision makers are significantly different, and notably for radon at home. So probably, as you mentioned at the beginning, for Japan, the background level is rather low, and you may have a different dynamics, while when we check, for example, in our country, in France, radon is a specific management. Is it the same in Japan, or will you deal with the promotion of protection of radon at home?
Okay. Would it possible to show slide again? Can I slide, please? Maybe slide number, let me see, number 7.
Could go back to
It's,
slide 7.
Okay. It's difficult. I will talk. I'd like to answer correctly, but let me explain this way. Radon is also low in my country. and we set two reference level for radon. One is 100, and the other is 300. And I think ICRP, IAEA, and WHO shows only one reference level. One back, yes. Yes, yes. And if you see the classification F, we chose both, we chose both numbers for radon. And I think last year, IAEA published a new guideline for radon. So we continue to work for revise this. We continue to do this discussion for radon. I hope answer part of your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a doubt because I understand very well the policy you have developed for norm and apply integrated approach. My question is to define in which situation you are to characterize the risk, if you have a low risk or a middle risk or a significant risk, just to say something, and then to define how you will apply the policy. How do you encourage the people to perform this characterization? Because if in my country, for example, if we only remain in not requirements and only in recommendations, and we only need to rely that the operators voluntarily perform the characterization, this will not work. We need some more stringent regulations or requirements. So if you can explain how you make that operators perform their characterization to assess the risk. Thank you.
Yes, I think risk communication is very important and the most difficult thing. In law of my country, norm has not been taken care by any government. That is the first issue. So I firstly explain to the NRA internally, norm should be on table. And because norm has not been on table as a law, we do not change the law. We make like a guideline or recommendations which is endorsed by the council. Regarding your question, risk communication is very important. So I have spoken with the Ministry of Industry, and many industry have like a association, industrial association. I go to associations, industrial associations, and explain why this is important in doing that. And also, we are doing the risk communication. Our presentation is on public on YouTube, so I don't say whole of the citizens listen my explanation, but I hope small part of the population understands that norm is important issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a last person who likes to ask a question.
I would like to ask whether for your characterization, in order to have these 6 groups of norm, if you have considered the 1 becquerel per gram for the natural radionuclide series that is suggested in the GSR Part 3 of the IAEA.
This is our 6 classifications, and this is general principle. Norm is very ambiguous, and we need to, if problem occurs, we need to discuss by case. So I don't believe this table can capture all of the issues. If something, new thing happened, we need to discuss case one by one. And I think GSR Part 3 issue, we have taken care by when we built this table. I hope I answer your questions.
Okay, thanks a lot. Give him again an applaud.
Anyone in the audience, have you ever heard of a 3-minute thesis? Please raise your hand, including the panel members. If you've heard of a 3-minute thesis, please raise your hand. Okay, the lights are dim, but I don't see a lot of hands up. Keep your hands up. For anyone, the whole panel should have their hand up. You've heard, I sent you a link. I sent them a YouTube video. Okay, if you have conducted a 3-minute thesis, keep your hand up. We have a lucky winner over here with Megan. You're the only one? You're the only one. 2? Sig, you did this last year. Yes, we have 2 people in the room. The rest of the panel members have never done this before, and so they are being extremely brave and innovative and trying something new. And so we're going to give them 3 minutes to give you basically an elevator pitch. And then we'll open up for questions all together after and distribute the questions amongst the panel. Does that sound great? Okay, so we would like to welcome our very first 3-minute thesis, Gareth Thomas. He's a radiation protection expert, initially as an advisor and then regulator in the entire non-nuclear sector, and now head of the Office for Nuclear Regulations, ONR, Radiation Protection and Criticality Department, covering the UK civil and defense nuclear sectors. But that's not why he's here. He's here today representing the heads of European Radiation Competent Authorities, HERCA, where he's chaired 2 working groups, Justification and Emergency Preparedness, and is also a member of their task force that's considering the development of the ICRP recommendations. So I'm going to set my timer. I believe you're going to have a timer, and we're going to see if you can have a 3. 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, I shall start. I'm on a timer. Good afternoon, everybody. Gareth Thomas, as I say, I'm representing HERCA. HERCA have been working with ICRP for a while, but been accepted very recently as a formal representative at Committee 4 meeting. So we thank HERCA for that, and this is the first week we've been doing that. So if you can bear in mind this lovely image of Europe at night as I move to my next slide. My pitch is a challenge to everybody in the room. How do you think our UI is shaping up? How is our UI shaping up? We all know that ICRP's recommendations form the fundamental scientifically based principles for radiation protection, but beyond those principles, however, translating them into international standards, national regulations, code of practice, and to protect workers is the part of translation. Translation is our UI, our user interface.
Can we get the next slide?
Okay. There we go. So moving on to my next slide. HERCA, I'm going to 3 key aims actually for this. One, to be aware of who HERCA are, because this is very important in relation to my second takeaway. Why HERCA believe that some kind of impact assessment of the proposed changes to the system is essential if they're going to be effectively implemented. I've created this AI image in the middle for you to visually focus on in terms of impact. This is based on the premise that the impact should be good. This is why it is golden. It's not a disaster. And it should be made up of lots of small components. They're all really good golden nuggets. That's what we want to test. So I'll describe to you how HERCA and maybe some other regulators are prepared to assist here. So on the left-hand side, who are HERCA? HERCA are an association of 56 organizations from across that map of Europe, representing 32 different countries. So much bigger than the European Union as well. It's the heads of the authorities. They get together to look at common radiation protection issues and involves sharing experiences and producing guidance, etc. On how can HERCA, in the middle section, HERCA believe that ICRP should do an impact assessment of each of those golden nuggets. Yeah. How are they going to be transposed into frameworks? Can they be transposed into frameworks? You need to look at that as you're developing each nugget. And then finally, HERCA are here to help. HERCA have done a peer review of the current system in 2022. We concluded that it is fit for purpose. There are some 6 areas we identified for improvement. But whatever changes, we must have a clear proportionate benefit. And certainly we welcome all of ICRP's very open and transparent situation they've now taken, more than any ever in the past. And so we've created a task force dedicated to helping that, and I know other regulatory groups have as well. We are here to help. Let's check that impact assessment and our user interface.
That was very good in time. Thanks a lot. So I'd like to introduce the next speaker. It's Haro Ojino. He is the Deputy Director of the Division of Research for Radiation Protection at the Nuclear Regulation Authority of Japan. Notably, served as Assistant Scientific Secretary at the ICRP. He is a Bo Lindell Medal winner, and he is currently a member of the ICRP Committee 4. Dr. Ojino currently chairs the IAEA Radiation Safety Transfer Standard Committee, RASC, for the years 2024 to 2026. That's why he's here. So the floor is yours. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Claudia, for the kind introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. In 2022, RASC held a joint session with the ICRP to examine whether the current RP system is still fit for the regulatory use based on the experience applying the IAEA safety standards, notably GSRP 3 and many other generic safety guides, specific safety guides, and so on. And that session lasted a full day 2 years ago, but in this 3-minute thesis, I will briefly share the main points from the key topics we discussed at the RASC meeting, which are the 4 topics listed here. So let me begin with the first topic, which is the communication and consistency. I hope it works. Yes. While the system of RP is scientifically sound and globally supported, it is not always easy to implement. That was the point emphasized during the discussions. And also, we pointed out that complex terminology can be confusing even for the professionals. And speakers from IAEA and ICRP agreed on the need for greater clarity, consistency, and improved communication across all the levels. And one interesting idea raised was that to start the radiation education early, even in the primary schools, to help build broader understanding over time. And second topic discussed was the environmental protection. Could you please, I want to go back. Yes, thank you. The second topic was the protection of the environment. The IAEA emphasized that current safety standards offered a balanced, practical approach and warned against unnecessary complexity in regulating impacts on animals and plants. The ICRP pointed to its publication 108, which outlines environmental protection goals and models. There is growing interest in aligning radiation protection with sustainability and environmental ethics. But again, the key is to keep it simple and practical with better integration and clear communication. The third point we discussed was about the medical exposures. We are seeing new challenges, increasing cumulative doses from repeated imaging, a rapid rise in interventional procedures, and long-term effects of radiotherapy after radiotherapy. The ICRP emphasized the importance of justification and optimization supported by a new publication since 2007. And the last topic was the role of the ICRP. The participants emphasized the ICRP's advice to be not only scientifically solid, but also practical, clear, and ethically grounded. So to conclude, improving radiation protection requires clarity, ethical grounding, close cooperation, and a system that can evolve with both science and society. And we're going to have a next discussion with ICRP in next month. Thank you for your attention.
Amazing, well done. Only 10 seconds over. I'm very impressed so far. So our next speaker, Ada Al-Shahi, from our wonderful host organization, Radiation Safety Director at FANR, responsible for regulating radiation safety activities in nuclear power plants and other non-nuclear applications, waste management, emergency preparedness and response, environmental monitoring, and radiation calibration. The floor is yours.
I think I'm done. It's closed. I want to go to the next slide immediately.
Can we get the next slide?
Yes, excellent. I believe what you are saying on the screen, it is the classic model for feedback loop we are adopting here in the UAE. As a regulatory body, we are heavily rely on International Atomic Agency standards actually to develop all our regulatory system. However, without having a support from the users of ionizing radiation and a national expert organization here in the country, this system will not work effectively. For that, FANR is working as a kind of expert organization in that area, collaborating with all organizations, needs our support in order to be involved with the international organization. Here we're talking about ICRP or other organization like IRPA and WHO or other organization. So what we are looking for here in the UAE, it is to have an educated and well-trained user of education, and this is where we are working on. It's to level up all the users of radiation safety workers here in the UAE, and to have actually an expert organization here to support, to review the radiological system for the ICRP. What we are challenging or having as a challenge here in the region, we can say that in general, that we are acting as a recipient for all the international standards. We have to act to contribute and have a representative voice, let's say, for our implementation of all international standards and feed the system of international organization. What are our experience in implementation of all these recommendations or standards coming up from the international organization, including the IAEA. Despite that, we have a contribution with the IAEA, despite we are relying on them, but still we need to work more effectively or actively in feeding the system and close the loop with the providing our, let's say, insight regarding implementation of international organization system. So what we are looking here, it is to have more active engage with experts in this field and provide our recommendation to the IAEA. However, there is a challenge in the countries and in the region in general in implementation of international standards, including the ICRP recommendation, because of the lack of the, let's say, training and experts in radiation protection area. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was also perfect. So the next one, it's Cameron Jeffries, please. He is a principal medical physicist with South Australia Medical Imaging and has practiced radiation protection in healthcare since 2010. He previously worked as a radiation protection regulator and at Olympic Dam copper and uranium mine. So you have practice experience. He is a member of the IPAR Executive Council, and he is here today representing the IPAR Society for Asia and Oceania Association for Radiation Protection. Sorry, the floor is yours.
We have 6 presentations.
Oh, that's okay. What should I do? Just how about we go with Sig first? Okay.
It might be too hard. May I? Oh, no, they did.
But can you change to the other Cameron Jeffries presentation, please?
It seems. Okay, we have another order.
This is to test the AV guys. So look, I put this together. I do represent here the Asia and Oceanic Association for Radiation Protection. So this is basically a group of all of the Asian and Oceanic IRPA associate societies. So we're a subset of IRPA.
Yes, only one slide.
There's 8 of us. There's one slide. Korea, Japan, China, Malaysia, Philippines, Australasia, India, other societies. In preparing this, I asked them all, I reached out to them to say, can you please describe your general regulatory system in your country, your successes and your challenges? And 4 of the societies responded. and I did promise I wouldn't say who they were. And look, we see the general situation is quite good. Everyone has a range of, everyone's developed a set of slides, and they've basically implemented the system. They have codes, standards and guides, and that supports their system. So the regulators have regular renewal, review and updates, and they're all linked to IAEA. The jurisdictions in the countries that we have ranges from one regulator to countries with multiple regulators depending on area of use, so nuclear and industrial. And then of course Australia, we're special. We have 9 regulators and we're about to get 10. So we want to beat everyone in the number of regulators. So look, they've all adopted the foundational requirements of the system. There are some variations, so within dose limits, some countries still work to ICRP 60. There's perhaps not so much success in implementing I-dose limits, or there's sort of variations. But there are limits. Everyone has a limit. Everyone has a regulatory control system, an authorisation system, so licences, approvals. There are some successes with dose controls in some countries, proactive dose controls and ways of reviewing doses. And of course there are some successes in having training systems in place and skills development. But there are workforce shortage attractions. Everyone nominated workforce and expertise problems and issues with regulators and maintaining critical mass. There's some challenges in decision making, so shared, balanced decision making and strategic risk communication. Issues about duplication of the regulatory framework were raised, not only within Australia where we have different regulators all regulating the same thing, but some countries where there's duplication between nuclear and other areas. Optimisation was generally thought to be difficult, and of course I've put norm deliberately outside the box because there were a lot more challenges, but everyone nominated norm as a challenge. So in general, the framework, the basic framework of the ICRP system has been implemented. There are barriers based on complication, sophistication and nuance of the system. And so what I would say is the system is implemented, everyone's protected, but the sophistication is mostly harmless. Thank you.
Everyone is doing so well at keeping time. I'm very impressed. Now, apologies, Sig. Our next speaker is the past director of the Icelandic Radiation Safety Authority for more than 40 years. He is past chair of HRCA and RASC, past member of the NEA Steering Committee, the NEA CRPPH, ICRP Committee 4, and Sig is president of the Nordic Society for Radiation Protection, and, that's not enough, a member of the IRPA Executive Council, which is who he's representing today. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Julia, for that introduction. It's my pleasure to provide you with the perspective of the RP professionals this afternoon. You may know that IRPA is the global voice of more than 18,000 RP professionals in 68 countries. So IRPA is an enormous resource of practical knowledge and experience in radiation protection. The members of IRPA include scientists, operators, regulators, and medical professionals. Can I have the first slide? The first and only, I should say. The RP system and its implementation in the regulatory framework is of great importance to the RP professionals, as they must live with the implementation of the system in their daily professional activities. So, the radiation protection professionals need a system that is implemented in the regulatory framework in an efficient way, just the same as the regulators need a system that can be implemented in an efficient way. IRPA has, over the last years, had several consultations with its members on the ICRP system of radiological protection and its implementation. These confirm, as you have heard so many times, that the RP system and its implementation is robust and fit for purpose, but there are concerns, for instance, regarding the complexity and conservativeness of the system, and even more concerns with the complexity and conservatism in the implementation. So what the radiation protection professionals ask for is the use of reasonable caution in implementation of the system rather than undue conservatism. IRPA interacts with ICRP regularly and has established a dedicated task group to facilitate active IRPA involvement in the review process, providing feedback across a wide variety of sectors. More interactions between IRPA and the IEA and the regulators and the regional association regarding the practical implementation of the RP system and the regulatory framework is needed. In conclusion, IRPA requests a system of radiological protection that is effectively implemented in the regulatory framework, and IRPA is willing to do an impact assessment or road test, propose changes in the practical implementation of the RP system and the regulatory framework. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. That was even shorter than 3 minutes, so you are the winner at the moment. I'd like to introduce now someone from ICRP. It's the chair of ICRP Committee 4, Thierry Schneider. He is the director of Nuclear Protection Evaluation Center in France and has a PhD in health economics. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. In fact, I will not cover all the topics that have been discussed during these 3 days, so you already have a large number of aspects associated with the challenge for ICRP. What I put on this slide is some elements which have been presented the first day, reminding that the system of radiological protection is robust, and we heard about that several times and feedback from SLO, and has performed well since now a large, maybe 100 years, close to 100 years, with the first publication in 28. However, what has been recalled several times, it must adapt to change in science and society in order to remain fit for purpose. And we need to keep in mind that the previous revision the general recommendation have been published close to 20 years from now. The process of revision started about one quarter century before. So we have evolution of society, we have evolution of science, we have made some work on the foundation of the system in terms of ethical value. So all these elements need to be considered in the review and revision of the system of radiological protection. Having said that, in fact, ICRP is not in charge of defining the regulation. ICRP need to provide advice, the basis and advice for the application of the RP system in order to protect people and the environment. We need to protect people and the environment in a sustainable way, and all the discussion currently on sustainable development, we have seen some few elements should be embarked and should check in which way it could make some evolution, not revolution of the system. And of course, we need to keep in mind that the system needs to apply worldwide, and it's why all the discussions that we have with different organizations, the opportunities that we have during this symposium to challenge the process of revision are really helpful. And at the end, we will need some impact assessment. It has been mentioned several times. The question for the impact assessment for the regulation, this is not the duty of ICRP. Of course, we need to check in which way the proposal for the revision will be fit for purpose and will work for the next several decades when the recommendation will be published. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And we'll move to our last but not least speaker, Analia Canova. She is a senior radiation specialist in the Nuclear Regulatory Authority of Argentina and a member of ICRP Committee 4. She is here today representing FORA, which is an association of Ibero-American nuclear and radiological regulators with the aim of promoting radiation protection, nuclear safety and security, enhancing the harmonization of regulatory practices, and cooperating with national, regional, and international organizations and associations with similar objectives. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Julie. And I try to tell you what FORO thinks about the revision of the system of protection. FORO is conformed with 11 countries of South America and also Portugal and Spain. And FORO has prepared a position paper regarding the revision of the system. I would like to show you the reflections. So, we consider in FORO that the system is very robust, but needs some clarifications. Just to be quickly in the areas, it's important to clarify how the optimization principle is applied, how, for example, occupational exposure is applied in existing exposure and also in emergency exposure situations, and how the ALARA principle is applied. In this sense, FORO fully supports the LNT model, but although ICRP performs recommendations, maybe it's important to clarify that LNT is the best model that we have, although the uncertainties that may be the region of low dose, but they are low risk. So how to link the LNT with ALARA and the implementation of a reasonable way? We think that we have to clarify this issue. The need may be not continuous, but we need improvement in agreement with the evolution of the knowledge as the society values and also the feedback for the application. It's very important the stakeholders' involvement, and in this sense, the operational experience that we have and we offer also from FORO. The system should be clear enough for practical implementation. That is very important. Sometimes it is a little difficult to translate recommendations to standards and requirements. Also, we believe that changes should be justified. It's not, as you mentioned, to provide a revolution, but just to think that we can also communicate where there is a change. It is very important we understand very well the basis, and we are able to make communications. And also, I want to say this about regulations. We consider FORO that the regulator should be independent, and we need to have technical leadership. And for this, we support a lot the Vancouver initiative, try to strengthen the expertise of the shortage of resources we are having these days. And finally, we offer to ICRP to collaborate in the feedback of our region, because our region is very specific, with specific circumstances that could be important if to have a relationship to test the system for implementation with us. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, all speakers. That was really great. All of you did very well. So I'd like to ask the audience if you have any questions to our podium. Can I see any hand? I do not. Ah, yes, there's the first one.
Thank you. Andy Mail, Committee 4 of ICRP. Thanks everyone for those elevator pitches. There are several references there to impact assessment. And in my view, first of all, I think ICRP does have a role in impact assessment, because otherwise how can it determine whether its primary aim is being met, for example? But I'm interested to hear from the panel members what they think ICRP's role in impact assessment should be.
Thanks a lot for the question. Who might start? Sigurd? You should have microphones, so? Yep.
Can you? Yes. So, with regard to an impact assessment, we have the recommendations from the ICRP. And it's quite clear when ICRP is considering to propose changes, considering to make changes, that any changes in the system may have an impact on the implementation in the regulatory system. And any change to the regulatory system may have an impact on the daily activities and the life of the radiation protection professionals in their professional activities. So, going back to my experience as the chair of HERCA, And the discussions we had there, I retired a few years ago, so that's clear, was that HERCA was sort of looking at the feasibility of providing ICRP with the opportunity that HERCA could road test or carry out impact assessment of proposed changes to the system. And when I look at it from the perspective of the professionals, I really believe that IRPA could play a role in looking at an impact assessment or making an impact assessment of changes that might be done in the regulatory framework due to changes in the system. What I sort of looking back, what we are lacking is more practical experience. We need to feed the practical experience of the professional better into the preparatory regulatory work and the refinement of the system. So with that, I'll stop.
It's a good question, Andy, and it's probably going to be a mixed answer. Well, I've heard a number of people say this week that most of us at this room, maybe apart from Thierry, have been saying, oh, we want to make it simpler. We want to keep it the same. We want to keep complexities. And I don't think any of those things are contradictory, actually. They've been implied as contradictory. They're not. They're the same. Science is complex. We're going to have to make all those little golden nuggets that I talked about, and then we're going to have to work out how they're actually, can they be applied into real life and practice. And that's the, you know, like the user interface, how you drive a car. We've been building this car all week with all these detailed designs and builds, but what is the bit that allows somebody to sit in it and drive it? And so you've got to know that the machine is usable to start with. So I think that's ICRP's role in your question. What role does ICRP play? But you need to look at the users as well. And that's the regulators and IRPA, et cetera, as well. So some sort of forum, some sort of framework, I think needs to be developed over the next 12 months or so that works together to say, these things are developing. Don't wait till the end. These are developing, and we need to test them as they go along and make sure they can be made into something we can all use. So I think the answer is both to your question.
I would like to add a point, Andy, that in our case of Foro, as we have very particularities that maybe we are different, for example, for HERCA, for the countries for Europe, it would be very important to check, to test some specific change, what will happen in the region, because the circumstances are different, the resources are different, the culture is different. So, and a specific change, what it means in practicality, just not to be a burden, because although ICRP are recommendations, they would be translated by the agency and standards. So just to check to be sure that really it contributes to a practical application to all the regions. Thank you.
And look, I completely agree. There is a need to make sure that the changes are practical and implementable. And you know, we represent half the world's population in Asia, and doing the review, I'm confident that those people are protected, but the details are not implemented. They're challenging to implement across the range of our members and our stakeholders. And I would perhaps say the reverse question, if you change something and we can't implement it anyway, the detail, there's no impact. So I think it is very important to make sure we can do any changes we can actually do, we can implement.
Yeah, I agree with what mentioned by my colleagues, but in addition, as I mentioned, feedback loop, it is very important. What we are lacking maybe, again, back to the UAE, is the experience of implementing the, let's say, regulation, which is based on the ICRP recommendation on IE in general. However, there is, or there will be actually, even when we are introducing any change in our regulation, resistance is big from the licensee. This should be taken in consideration by the ICRP, and just having kind of transition period, maybe this has been said in the first day, and what is expected from the licensee. I don't know, maybe yes, practical implementation, and regulators should play a role on that in coordination even with the IE and ICRP. Yeah.
Thank you, Andy, for the great questions. And in Generally speaking, the impact assessment is very important when the ICRP recommendations is implemented or changed to the regulations. That's the general thoughts. But having said that, I think the RASC has not yet discussed the impact assessment of the ICRP new general recommendations to the national legislations. But I think we need to consider a little bit the difference. My point is that in 2007, ICRP issued the latest general recommendations, and in 2014, agency with 8 international organizations, GSR Part 3 was established, and 10 years has passed, more than 10 years have passed, and we have lots of experiences how the member states have challenges, difficulties, gaps in implementing the current 2007 recommendations into practice. So I think before we start the impact assessment of new general recommendation, we should think about what is the current situation, what is the gaps in implementing the 2007 recommendations. And in this context, RASC has established a working group to learn what are the gaps, learned from the IAEA's Integrated Regulatory Review Service, IRS, or Occupational Residential Protection Appraisal Service, that is the OPAS mission. So agency has conducted several safety missions, and the member states has been accumulating lots of experiences. What are the difficulties in implementing the RP system? So I think in the next possible approach is to provide the member states' experience as a feedback to ICRP or RP communities, and then building on that, the new general recommendation could be developed.
Yeah, just to mention what has been done currently in this perspective from Committee 4 of ICRP, we are in charge of providing recommendation and advice on the application of the system. We discuss this point with the representative of different SLO, namely IAEA, European Commission, NEA, since several years. The difficult point is that a formal impact assessment need first to have the recommendation already established, and then you can test. Beyond, my feeling is that beyond this formal impact assessment, which could be considered in a specific time scale, we need to address, and we start to do that during this 3 days, to challenge the practicality of the way the task group are currently developing some reflection. So we are not yet at the final recommendation, so it will be difficult for all the organization to have the formal impact assessment. The other aspect is that my feeling is that for the impact assessment, you will need to think how the recommendation from ICRP could be transposed into regulation. And to be honest, at this stage, we are not directly in position to explain what will be the transcription in terms of regulation. So it's why we need to find some flexibility, and this symposium is an opportunity to do it. Of course, we need to probably formalize more in detail what could be done in the time scale. For your information, we will have the main commission meeting tomorrow and the following day, and one of the tasks will be to set up a formal task group for the preparation of the general recommendation. And with this formal task group, that will be a way to go ahead with some time scale, with some not only building block, but more in detail, what could be challenged and what element could be considered sufficiently mature to go for more formal, I don't know if it is impact assessment, but to challenge what does it mean concretely for the practical implementation of the system and for defining the regulation.
Thanks a lot for all the answers. I really appreciate it now that it was said that the impact assessment might be only possible if the publication is already out, but now I understood it might be find a way, in a transparent way, how you did it before, that we perhaps get involved or engaged before. Is there any other short question in the audience? Otherwise, I ask the round once again, do you have proposals how to get engaged? So perhaps Thierry could take it with him to the main commission during the weekend, and during the weekends you have the main commission. Is there any quick proposal from the panel, please?
Look, I have a very small one for Task Group 126, so I mean, perhaps we could, which is the medical research one, and perhaps there's a chance to establish an association, an international group to develop a framework to actually implement that publication. But maybe that's something driven by IOMP and IRPA.
So, in a few years' time, we will begin to see proposals from the ICRP or sort of emerging outlines of proposals. Some of these proposals may not lead to any changes in the regulatory system, some may, and my recommendation would be that at the appropriate time, ICRP would ask the associations of regulatory authorities to do an impact assessment. Just the same as when the regulators begin working on the implementation of whatever proposals there need to be worked into the regulatory framework, then I would find it quite logical that the regulators would ask an organization like IRPA to look at what are the practical implications. So IRPA could do an impact assessment. But of course, we need to use prudence in all of this. It involves a lot of work, etc., etc.
I know in HERCA we are developing a framework this month of how we may, and we'll maybe discuss that with some other societies as well, but also then discuss it with ICRP as a possibility. So we need to develop the framework first before we start working on the detail.
I like the idea of you sharing that framework with everyone on this panel.
In fact, currently, so this symposium was an opportunity to exchange. We have formally every year a meeting with all the special liaison organizations who are interacting with ICRP. So you have seen on the slide presented by Werner a long list of organizations in which we are in interaction. We organize some joint meeting with many organizations on different topics. We can have specific workshops. What could be proposed from ICRP, and this is in the spirit of the creation of this specific task group with regard to the preparation of the general recommendation, we can try to have a sort of roadmap for the following years and try to articulate what will be, because we started with a list of topics and we have some building blocks. And now we have 30 task groups who are working actively, but then we need to build something and to show the way towards a general recommendation. In this perspective, it could be manageable to have a sort of roadmap and to say, okay, we may try to further investigate this specific topic during the following months or following years, and then to progressively move towards a general recommendation, having in mind that we expected, if you remember the slide from Werner, we expected probably in 2029, when we will have not the next symposium, but the other one, we expected to have a preliminary draft of the general recommendation and probably to have more detailed discussion 2 years later. So this is a way forward towards the general recommendation, and it could be useful at this stage to have this different step and to see how we can reach this different step and in which way the impact assessment or the challenge for the practicality and the challenge for implementing the system in the regulation could be identified step by step.
Did I see one other panel member wanted to comment extremely quickly? 30 seconds? Yeah, okay.
I wonder if I can just step outside that and make a request to ICRP before the next recommendations come out, because we have an impact going on at the moment that we've seen from the last recommendations that is becoming more and more prevalent, and we've heard it so many times this week on minimization. Optimization is minimization. Yeah. ICRP 104 talks about 10 microsieverts. 21 times 10 microsieverts or lower. We need to. These are the things that are driving things down. I don't think we can wait 10 years for this. I think we look at those impacts now, and we need to start addressing what's in there and trying to say, this is realistic radiation protection. Let's not wait. So we have an impact now from the last ones that's just becoming more and more evident. I think we need to take some action sooner than 10 years.
Can you answer in 30 seconds? Do you want to comment on it?
No, just to echo to what you say, it seems to me that some elements need to be checked how far the current regulation or the application of the system is sufficiently clear. Does it mean that ICRP need to change the system? Does it mean that ICRP was not sufficiently clear or has not sufficiently provided guidelines? Typically, in terms of, we had this session before on reasonableness, and then we saw clearly that the question is not to change the system of ICRP, but is to see in which way the principle provided by ICRP are clear enough, are feasible to implement, or if it is a matter of changing the way the regulator and the regulation is applying the system. And then it's not only on behalf of ICRP, but that will be in which way the regulator use conservatism. That was one of the elements which was challenged. So all these elements could be worked together and then to see what could be improved and not necessarily change the system or improve the clarity of the system, but also improve the way the regulation is applied.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. I know we want more discussion. We're going to continue this discussion with all of you as our SLOs. So I want to thank our speakers who were brave. They tried something new. They were very effective and efficient in delivering this great It's the end of the symposium. I'm losing my words. Is anyone else tired? Yeah, okay. And basically delivered a masterclass in what a 3-minute thesis looks like. And so can we give them a big round of applause for their bravery? And so now you have 60 seconds to get to Roma 2. Please do not stop for coffee. Do not go pee. Head straight to Roma 2. We super appreciate your compliance. Thank you for this great session.